I'm a whack, okay? I'm a whack. I did not fall back asleep. I'm literally a whack. I'm literally a whack. I'm a whack. And not in the toilet. I am a whack. I'm a whack. You have to believe me here. I'm a whack. I was not a very a whack yesterday, but today I'm a bit more a whack. Why am I nodding? You guys can't even see me. You have to go somewhere where you can see me. Hold on. Might need to turn this up too. Hold on. Alright. The rumors are true, yes. The rumors of my slep have been greatly exaggerated. Greatly. I am a whack. I have been a whack. Yesterday I was not very a whack. I don't know. I think, cause Sunday I had my training for work, right? So I did the training, I got up early, I came home kind of, not late, but like, you know, not early. And then I fell asleep, and then I was like, yeah, I should be able to zhong tomorrow. I'll probably be more rested. And then I woke up on Monday, and I was like, ugh. But, yeah, I'm a whack. I'm a whack. I'm a whack. Good a whack, too. Who's here? Good a whack to Jake, and good a whack to Pembu, and good a whack to Panis, and good a whack to Chaotic Claw, and good a whack to Uphill, and good a whack to Devons, and good a whack to Markler, and good a whack to Panis. Oh wait, no, hold on, Panis was already whack. And good a whack to Random Moose Brains, and good a whack to no, Deffin's already got one. Good a whack to Machine Ghetto, and good a whack to Jibra on YouTube. I think that's everybody. I think that's everybody. Good a whack, good a whack. Nice and good a whack. We are a whack. I am not sleeping. I guess I was sleeping a little bit. I set my alarm for 9, and then I woke up and I was like, ugh. I don't know, sometimes I need to see. I'm like, I just need to see how long I can sleep. Cause like, I feel like I need to like have a day where I like take note of when I go to bed, and then I just don't set an alarm. I just don't set an alarm, and I just like, if I wake up, I have to try to fall back asleep. Like, just see how long I could sleep. I don't know. I'd wager that like, I could probably sleep like 12 hours with minimal interruptions is what I would wager, I think. Because like, I feel like, well, maybe 12 might be a little much. At least 10, I think. Because like, I think about like, okay. You know when you like go to bed and you set your alarm and it says like, oh, your alarm will go off like X amount of hours after this, after now. And I'm like, maybe, I rarely wake up before my alarm. But also lately I feel like usually it's been like 6 to 7 hours when I set it. So I'm like, time to play Pokemon Slep. Time for somebody else to try to get me at a Nintendo Alarmo. You see, I'm never gonna add the Alarmo to Throne because I'm scared that somebody would actually buy it. And then I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with this thing. I woke up an hour before my alarm today. Oh no, did you at least get to fall back asleep? I'm a whack. Like, I don't know. Usually if I wake up before my alarm, usually I don't stay awake for that long. Like, it's very rare that I like wake up and can't fall back asleep. Usually it's like, I wake up, I'm like, oh, what time is it? And then I look at the time and it's like, you know, an hour or two before my alarm. And I go, oh, that's an hour or two before my alarm. And then I go back to sleep. And then, I don't know, sometimes there's been times where I've missed my alarm, where I like wake up and I'm like, oh, what time is it? Oh, it's before my alarm. Sleep. And then like I whack the next time I whack later, it's like 2 hours after my alarm, and I'm like, ah, oh no, 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 oh no. I did not fall back to sleep. I just got up instead. Look at these people. Look at all these eggplants. Getting out of bed. Impossible. They're doing the impossible. They got out of bed. I don't know. I guess for me too, it's like waking up isn't the hard part. Anybody can wake up. Getting out of bed is the hard part. Like, I don't know. I got out of bed just fine when I went for the training. Like, I showed up to that more or less on time. But like I mean, I guess I had somewhere to be, right? Like, I feel like when I don't have a physical place to go to, then I have a harder time getting out of bed. I mean, yeah. I guess I was slightly late for training, but it wasn't like late. It was like they told us to show up 15 minutes early, and I showed up 5 minutes early. And actually, it was the Uber. Yeah, I would have been 15 minutes early if I would have the Uber guy would have taken the different route. Yeah, but I wasn't technically late. If anything, I think they just say, like, please show up 15 minutes early, because they know if they don't say that, then people will show up, like, 1 minute after it starts. You gotta take Uber every day. No, the training was in a different place. So, like I said, I'm working for something that has, like, kiosks at various malls around the holiday season, but they have to do their training in one place, right? So I think everybody who was at the training that day, almost everybody had to travel like some significant distance to get there. The one that I'll be at, I'll be able to bus to. It'll be much closer. But yeah, for the training, yeah, I had to take an Uber there because it was further away. Because I guess they gotta have because everyone's like at different malls, right? So they gotta have the training all in one place. Yeah. Technically, my contract says to show up 15 minutes before I actually do. It's probably been over 5 years since I've done that. Yeah, I feel like most jobs tell you that, but like, I don't know. I mean, some jobs are like, please come 15 minutes early because we're having like a morning meeting or something. And I'm like, okay, I get that. But then, sometimes it's like, they just want you to show up 15 minutes early for reasons, I guess. EGGY training at the North Pole. I'm not doing Santa. It is a holiday seasonal job. It has nothing to do with Santa. It's fine. It doesn't have anything to do with Santa. Yeah, I'm just chill with my employers now. Yeah, well, I think the thing is that, like, unless you're, like, chronically late, I feel like they should be lenient with you, right? Like, I feel like if you have the choice between, like, an employee who is mildly late often, but who is really good at their job, versus, like, someone who shows up on time, but then just kind of dilly-dallies, like, I don't know. I feel like most employers would pick the first person, right? Yeah, I know so many people who are late to everything. I mean, I don't know. When I was a kid, I thought I was, like, a good person because I was on time for stuff. But the thing is that it turns out that, like, being on time is not necessarily the sign of being a good person. And also, being on time is very easy to do when you are a child and your parents are driving you places. Like, the reason why I was never late for anything is because I had parents who were, like, very adamant about being on time for stuff. So it's like, yeah, that's why I was never late for stuff. It had nothing to do with my own personal abilities and values. But also, I don't know. Like, I don't think being late is, like, unless you're, like, perpetually, like, more than 20 minutes late. I feel like maybe 20 minutes is, like, the cutoff. But I think, like, if you're perpetually more than 20 minutes late, I think that's kind of not good. But, like, I don't know. Because, like, I feel like when I'm late for stuff, it's not because I don't care about it. It's because there's, like, some other personal obstacle in the way, right? Or, you know, I guess, non-personal obstacle. Like, usually it's like, I care about this thing, but it was, you know, difficult to get out of bed. Or I care about this thing, but the bus was late, which was a frequent occurrence. Like, yeah. The event starts and they're still at home. Yeah, like, that's another thing. Like, if you haven't even left yet, that's one thing. But, like, if it's like, you know, if they say be at work at 1 and you show up at, like, 1:10, I don't think that's a sin, you know? There was an attempt. Yeah. It's really annoying to the people who are perpetually early. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the other thing is that, like, my parents are those kinds of people who, like, show up early to everything. Like, if you're not 20 minutes early, then you're actually late, which I don't think is the correct mindset to have, you know? Because half the time this also just leads to, like, you awkwardly standing around for a while. Like, I know I had a job where, like, if I showed up early, the building was literally not unlocked yet. Like, I didn't have a key. I couldn't get into the building until a manager would come by and get me into a building, right? So it was like, if I show up 15 minutes early, it does not matter. Because, like, I'm just going to be standing outside in the cold while I wait for, like, a supervisor to show up at the time that they were supposed to show up, you know? Yeah. I've known people who are chronically at least 1 hour late to things. Yeah, 1 hour is kind of pushing it. 1 hour is definitely pushing it. I think it also depends too, like, what it is, right? Like, if this is like a work engagement or is this like a social engagement? Because, like, I don't know, when it comes to, like, socializing, I feel like I'm pretty, unless it's like, you know, we're seeing a movie and it's happening at a scheduled time that I cannot change. But, like, if it's just like, hey, want to grab dinner at a restaurant at which we do not have a reservation, and they say sure, and we say, okay, I'll meet you at 5:30, and then they're not there at 5:30. That's not, like, the worst thing. It is a little awkward to sit around the restaurant, but, like, you know, sometimes buses are late, but it's not like, you know, I feel like for socializing, it's more flexible. Yeah. We're all getting in the car to go to the airport. My brother hasn't even gotten in the shower yet. Okay, you see, I'm not that bad. At least I'm not that bad. Yeah. In my choir job, I'm just struggling to get my choir to be ready to warm up on time. Oh, yeah, because that takes time. And you probably only have the space for so long, too, right? Yeah. So I used to tell my choir to be ready by 10:25, expecting them to be there at 10:35. That's, I mean, I guess that's the strategy, right? That's why they tell everybody show up, you know, show up at 8:45 and not at 9. But, yeah. Because, like, I don't know. In school, I feel like in high school, I was very good at being on time for things, but that was because my parents were still driving me places. But I feel like in university, I got a lot worse at being on time. But then the other thing in university is that, like, unless it's something like a lab, like, for normal classes, like, professors don't care. Like, in spa school, if you were, I mean, okay, in spa school, for labs, if you were even slightly late, like if you were even 5 minutes late, you would just not get to participate. You would just have to sit there and watch and be upset at yourself for being late. I got so stressed about being on time when it came to spa school, because, like, I took a bus that was very unreliable, and I know many people were in the same position, and the teachers were just like, just leave early, and it's like, I'm gonna be real, like, this is a bus ride that could take as little as 8 minutes, and could take as long as 25 minutes, because it was like one of those buses that, like, stops, like, every 10 feet. You know, those, like, ones that have, like, really a bunch of stops really close together, and it was along a street that had a tendency to get, like, you know, a ton of construction or a lot of traffic. So it's like, you know, sometimes there's just no cars, sometimes everything's clear, and the bus is, you know, there's not many people at the stop, so the bus doesn't have to, can skip some of them. And, like, yeah, you get there in, like, 8 minutes. And then other times it's like there's construction, there's congestion, there was an accident or something. The people are at every stop, so the bus is stopping at every stop, and then it takes, like, 25 minutes. So it's like, how do you plan for that and still not be late? But yeah.
Is EGGY so cute today?
I hope so. Maybe. But then after, because like spa school, I would get like super stressed about being on time. Like I would be like running through the halls screaming, kind of stressed. Like I don't know. The experience of taking unreliable buses like actually does turn me into like an insane screaming person. Like I would be chasing after a bus and just like screaming like somebody was dying. But then I went to university, and the professors at university, they do not care. They do not care if you are on time, as long as you don't like disrupt the class when you're coming in, which is, you know, especially easy if it's like a very big lecture, like if it's like one of those like 100+ people lectures. Like they don't care if you're on time. Like if you're late, then like that's your own problem. Like just, you know, look at the slides after and figure out what was said. Which was like a very big shift. And I maybe got a little too lenient on myself with that. But yeah. I had one prof who just absolutely refused to let people in if they were even slightly late to the lecture. And the school's campus was large enough that it could take 10 minutes to walk from your previous class. Yeah! See, again, that's why I think people should allow a little bit of lenience with being late, you know? Yeah. As a small upside of being in a culture that expects you to have your own car. I mean, yeah, but like, that's not an upside. That's just like a downside for everybody else. Like, it was also one of those bus routes, and I think they've changed the route. The last time I visited previous EGGY City, they did change the route, but it was a route that was like, it was one of those routes that was insanely unreliable because for some reason this route just crossed the entire city. And you cannot have a bus that has like crosses the entire city stopping every 10 feet and not have it be late. It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Yeah. Cars are very expensive to own. Well, I also didn't have a driver's license then and still don't have a driver's license now. And I had even less money then. Like, yeah. Glasses? Sure. And hello, Voomfy. Hello, Voomfy. But, yeah. No, I don't know. I'm trying to think, because, like, I was never late for my previous job. Well, I mean, occasionally I might have been late. But, like, the thing is that, like, with my previous job, I was actually usually early to the point that I asked if I could just set my start time earlier because it was just because of like when the bus scheduling happened, right? It's like I was supposed to get there for 8:30, but it's like, well, the bus drops me off at 8, whether I want it to or not. So like, this is just where we're at. But no, I guess I was late a couple times, but usually it was because of like, you know, there was an accident and the bus had to take a detour, or like, there was some kind of congestion happening and the bus was stuck in traffic. Or I guess there was a couple times where I like took an Uber to work, either because I was tired and wanted to sleep in, or because I like missed the bus in the morning. And usually like, I feel like the Ubers would often have me be late. I don't know. It was very weird. Like, even if I would take, like, sometimes it was because I would try to take, like, the shared route, which would usually take longer. But even if I took, like, the normal, like, normal Uber, it would just, like, I would somehow still be late. I don't know. It just kept happening. Rare Voomfy sighting. Yes. Voomfy lives on. Voomfy forever. Well, I'm gonna have some water. Yeah. Remember in college I had a professor that locked the door at the start? So if you're late, you just get locked out. So one day he was late and I locked the door, so we just sat there for an hour doing nothing and then all left and he stopped locking the door after that. Good. Yeah, shared Uber is way too chaotic if you need to be on time. Yeah, I've learned that I should never take a shared Uber if I need to actually be somewhere on time. Like, I will take shared Ubers if I'm coming back from something, usually. Or if I have somewhere to be, but it's not like super urgent, you know? Like, it's like, you know, a social engagement, and I'm just like, okay, well, if I'm 10 minutes late, it's not the end of the world. But like, I don't know, I've had mixed experience with shared Ubers, because sometimes, depending on like where and when you take them, sometimes they're just like, there's been times where I select share, but then there's just like nobody who comes up on the route between where I am and where I'm going, so the driver just like drops me off and it's just like a normal Uber. I've also had a shared Uber, because the other thing with shared Ubers is I think some drivers fly a little too close to the sun with how many people they take on. Because there's been a time where like I was in a shared Uber once, and I don't know, I was the first person who got on, and between when I got on and when I got dropped off, the driver picked up and dropped off like 3 other people. And I was just like sitting in the car, and I was like trying to like message the person I was supposed to be meeting, and I'm like, okay, I am in the shared Uber. I have no idea where this thing is going. It has been like over half an hour, and I am still here. I will be there when I get there. Shared Ubers are a thing? Yeah, I think only in some places. Only in some places. But yeah, usually here, shared Ubers, essentially, it's like you select it from the menu. It takes a little longer for them to find you a ride, but it's cheaper. It's cheaper. But yeah, usually it's like the driver will pick other people and drop other people off along the way. Ideally, a driver will try and pick, you know, passengers to pick up that are like en route to where they're going. So it's, you know, if it's kind of just like a small detour off the general direction. But again, sometimes you get people who just like, you know, fly a little too close to the sun and like keep picking up passengers that are like way off their route, or like pick up and drop off 3 other people before dropping off the first passenger. Yeah. Braids? Sure. Yeah. I think everyone should at least consider a driver's license, even if you can't afford a car. I don't know. My thing is that, like, I don't know. I'd maybe consider getting, like, a learner's permit. Because here how it works, you get, like, you got to do, like, the test, right? I'm sure it's probably similar in most places. But it's, like, you have the test, like, the written test, where it's just, like, you know, what do these road signs mean? Kind of thing. Or, like, you know, if this many people are stopping at an intersection, who goes first, right? So that gets you your learner's permit. So, I don't know, maybe I would consider getting that, because a lot of people just do that so they can get an ID card, even if they don't plan to actually drive a car. Where I live, they do have like an alternative ID card you can get. That's pretty much just like, it works the same as a driver's license, it just doesn't let you drive. But a lot of people get, because it's, well, maybe not a lot of people, but like, the idea for that card is that, like, if you have somebody who, like, is absolutely never going to be getting a driver's license, but still needs to have, like, a personal ID, then they can get that. You know, like, for somebody who's, like, you know, if you're blind, you're probably not going to be getting your driver's license, but, like, you still need ID. Yeah. Learner's permit has basically no barrier to entry. If I remember correctly, you just have to drive with an experienced driver. Yeah, here there's a test. There's a test you have to take and pass. Pretty sure the ID card is cheaper if you don't plan on driving. I think mine cost like $35, I think, to get. I don't know how much a driver's license card costs to get you. But, yeah. No, I mean, maybe I consider getting that, but like, I don't know. I don't think my brain is a brain that should be piloting a vehicle at high speeds. Like, yeah, it's comical how easy it is to get a driver's license in the US. They should have higher standards. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's kind of the same here. I feel like every so often there's like a news story about like somebody who like crashes into a pole or something, and then they look into it and they're like, how did this person have their driver's license again? Or it's like somebody who like shouldn't have had their license but for whatever reason did, or like has had their license suspended multiple times and for some reason they keep getting it back. I would trust an egg driving next to me far more than the average driver. Here's the thing, I am barely paying attention to where I am going when I am walking on my own 2 feet. I don't think that I should be piloting a vehicle that can, you know, that is large. Like, I think anybody who's met me probably has quickly realized I have very poor spatial awareness. Like, which I feel like is a thing that you should probably have if you are driving a vehicle. Yeah, I have a very good sense of direction until I'm behind a wheel. Yeah, I think... I don't know. Like, I'm extremely clumsy and I think I'm a pretty good driver. Well, no, but clumsy is different than spatial awareness, right? Because, like, clumsy is, like, poor coordination, right? Like, you can see where you're going and still fail to get there, you know? You can see everything that's on the floor in front of you and still trip over something, right? That's different. That's more of like a motor skills thing. For me, it's more like I didn't even know I did this until somebody keeps telling me. But apparently I have a tendency to just like stand in the way. Even when I'm trying to stand out of the way of where people are walking, I somehow still manage to be in the way. Like, or like, you know, I will do what I think is, you know, when you're like walking and you see somebody walking towards you, and I do what I think is trying to get out of the way, and apparently that is not what I'm doing. So, yeah. I think Eldritch Force makes it impossible for me to have good spatial awareness. Yeah, but I just feel like, you know, if you're in a car, there's just like even more that you have to be aware of. And if I can't do that on feet with walking, then I have concerns. I have concerns. Yeah, put Eggy in the largest pickup truck imaginable. No! I don't know. I also don't think I would want to drive a tall car. Like, partly for the sake of, like, getting into the car, but also for the sake of, like, I don't know, if I can't see a certain amount of the ground in front of me, that seems like a bad time. Tall cars are awful. Look, okay, as somebody who is short, let me tell you, tall cars are like, if I need a step stool to get into the car, I just don't think that this is gonna be the right for me. Like, there was a time I took like an Uber, and it was of this like SUV that was like this really very tall SUV. And I remember I was like trying to get into the car, and like it was one of those ones that was tall enough that it has like, you know, that little like platform, that little like platform on the side of the car for you to, I guess, kind of step on. But the thing is that it was raining that day, and that platform was like super slippery. So I'm just like, cool. I very nearly like fell back out onto the sidewalk when I was trying to get into the car, because it was just like, this thing is too tall for me. It's too tall. And like, I think also too, like I don't know, I just feel like a tall car is also just like not a good like long-term thing, because I'm like, I don't know, what if you become old? Or even without becoming old, what if you like develop a knee problem or something? Like, I feel like that would like cause a lot of issues for like getting into your car. Like, I remember one of the last cars that my grandparents had, like, I don't remember if they got rid of it because of that. I think there was other reasons too, but like one issue that they did run into was that like, it's really difficult to get into a car that is tall if you are old. Every modern pickup truck is so tall they have to integrate a step ladder. Yeah, let me just, new feature for cars, stairs. Yeah, I think you'd be a pretty good driver. It's mostly just being a reasonable person. I know, it's just, well, I don't know. On a personal level, actually, I think I would be a very cowardly driver. Like, I feel like I would be, like, driving under the speed limit in a way that makes everybody else angry. Or, like, I don't know, I'd be driving so cautiously that it would make everybody else mad. But then again, maybe, like, I don't know, like, something about driving I feel like makes people a little less understanding of the cars around them. Like, I don't know, it's like my parents are not the kind of people that, like, I don't think I've ever seen my parents get, like, actually mad at somebody outside of when they're driving. It's like, they're usually very calm and reasonable, but then they get in a car and they're like, what is that guy doing? It's like, he doesn't know where he's going. Oh god, there's nothing worse than not knowing where you're going. That scares me too. Because, like, if you're walking and you're getting somewhere and you don't really know where you're going, it's very easy to, like, stop and, you know, take account of the situation. But if you're, like, on the highway or something, it's like, no, you gotta keep moving. You gotta keep moving. Like, you can't stop. That's not allowed. I mean, I guess in some areas you might be able to, like, pull over. But, like, you know, you can't stop on the side of the highway to figure out which way you're supposed to be going. You have to keep going until you get somewhere. And, if you're already lost, then I don't know. Moment of switching cars in part because my grandma couldn't get into the one she had. That seems to be like a common issue. It's like, we need low cars. We have GPS. I know, but like, okay, I've been in the car with people, and this is like a thing on multiple occasions, is that like, sometimes GPS is good if you're driving like in the city, not in the city necessarily, but like within a municipality. But like if you're on the highway, I don't know if this is just like the people that I've been in cars with, but like I've had like multiple issues where like, because a lot of the time, you know how GPS, there's usually like a little gap between where you need to make a turn and when the GPS tells you to make the turn. Sometimes what happens is that like, if you react too early or too late, you end up in the wrong lane on the highway, and then you get like, you know, shoved off to literally anywhere. Like, I feel like it's happened on multiple occasions where it's like, I was in a car with somebody and the GPS said, okay, you know, keep to the right, but they did that too early, and they ended up keeping too far to the right, and they ended up in the wrong lane, and have you considered your friends are just dinguses? Look, one of them can be a dingus, but like the fact that this has happened to me on multiple occasions with different people, I'm just like, no, they can't all be dinguses. Like, this has happened on multiple occasions. I don't know if the highways here are just like not built for GPS, but like, this has happened with more than one person. I've had GPS try to make me get on the highway, then merge 5 lanes to take an exit in 100 feet. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I've had times where it's like the driver is like, okay, I do not want to go on the highway. Do not take me on the highway. Please give me directions to go to this place. That's really not that far away. That doesn't involve going on the highway. And then the GPS is like, okay, now turn right onto the highway. Like, I don't know. GPSs love making you go on the highway. There's nothing they love more than that. They're robots. They're unfeeling robots. But if you mention, oh, there is a route that involves going on the highway, they'll be like, ooh! And then they're gonna take you on the highway. I have this problem when driving in big cities with like 5-lane highways. By the time it tells you which lane you need to be in, it's too late. Yeah, that happened actually. Okay, the first time I went to MagFest, I was in the car with Takako, because Takako Takamura, she was the one who picked me up from the airport, and she had the GPS set to like take me back to like the Airbnb, and it took a long time. Because I think she took a detour. She took a detour because she needed to find a gas station. So she got gas. And then basically what we ended up doing is that like, I think we like got into the wrong lane or something. and then we were supposed to cross a bridge, and then we missed the bridge. But then the thing is that like there was nowhere to turn around. Like everything became one way. So like we ended up going into like a like it was like a college campus or something, because that was the only place that the GPS could find like remotely nearby. So we ended up having this like 15-20 minute detour of trying to like go into this place where the GPS is like, okay, yeah, you can make a loop. There's a loop here. You can use this to turn around. Like, it took us so far out of the way. But yeah. The GPS is not in control of the car. You don't have to follow it. If you ignore it, it will reroute. I know, and that's the problem. That's the problem. I've also been in the car with other people where the GPS rerouted partway through, and it just made everything more confusing. Because the driver is not, like, looking straight at the GPS, right? So if it reroutes, you don't know. Sometimes it'll say, but sometimes it just like reroutes without telling you out loud. And then you're like, wait, hold on. This is doing the opposite of what it was telling me before. Yeah. But like, yeah, because like GPSs I think are very useful when it like, when you're driving like within a city where it's like turn left, turn right onto whatever street. Yeah. Well, you missed an exit. Yeah, because the thing told us too late. Like I said, it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like a lot of GPS instructions make sense if you're looking at the screen, but if you're driving, that's like the thing you're not supposed to be doing, right? That's like, Robert, you missed the context. You missed the context. Like, I don't know. For highways too. Also too, a lot of GPSs, this also bugs me. And I'm not even the driver and this bugs me. But I've seen a lot of GPSs where when you're on the highway, it zooms out. So even if you're looking at the screen, it's so zoomed out on the highway that like, you can't tell what lane you're supposed to be in. So I'm not sure why it does that, because I'm like, no, I think you should probably be able to see like the lanes closer up so you know what road you're supposed to be on. But yeah. It zooms out because of speed. I know, but like, if it says like, keep right, but then it doesn't tell you where to the right you're keeping, like that's, it's not a good instructions. But does it say at the bottom the name of the exit? No, but this isn't about the exit. This is about the lane that you need to be in to get to the exit. Like, that's the other thing too, is that like, I feel like a lot of, when I've been in like cars with GPSs for highway exits, some of them will just say exit right. They don't tell you like the name of the exit. Maybe this is like a location-based thing, but I feel like the ones I've seen, like, they don't tell you the name of the exit. They're not like exit to whatever road. It'll just say exit right, exit left. Like there's, yeah, you'd be horrified to be night driving on small roads. The headlights of oncoming cars blind you. I am horrified. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like the last time. Because, like, I don't know, my dad likes to drive on small country roads sometimes. But also my dad just, I don't know. Presumably, I mean, a lot of this is probably just because, like, he's old and has driven around a lot. But part of me is just like, was he just born with, like, all this information just, like, preloaded into his brain? He just knows where things are. I don't know. I remember the first time I heard about, like, headlights as, like, being blinding was like when I was a kid and my mom would take me to Girl Guide camp, because like those would often be in the middle of nowhere, and those would involve a lot of like driving on small country roads. But isn't it also just like, didn't they like change headlights to LEDs and now they're like way more blindingly bright than they used to be? Because, like, I remember that being, like, a thing I've heard people complain about. I guess I've also experienced, except I wasn't driving, so it wasn't my problem. Yes, it's getting worse. Yeah, because it's like, the thing is, in my mind, I'm just like, surely, like, because, like, we don't need to go back to incandescent bulbs. Like, but surely there's got to be a way to make the LEDs, like, less insanely powerful, right? The average car has them way too high up. That's what I figured. I'm just like, surely there's got to be a way to, like, change the brightness, right? Because, like, if you have LEDs in a room, like, there's ways to dim them, right? They don't have to be at full power all the time. There were halogen bulbs before. Weren't they like incandescent lights? I think that's what that's called. Incandescent light bulb. But yeah. Well, I'm just gonna grab some water. I'm gonna grab water from my kettle. Ugh. Yeah. Yesterday, I went to see a doctor because that was the other thing is that, like, I woke up and I was, like, still coughing. I was like Victorian orphan. Like, I was like very Victorian orphan. Like, my voice felt tired. My throat felt tired. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go and make sure that, like, nothing is wrong, right? So, like, I went to the doctor and then he looked at me for like 2 minutes and he's like, yeah, it's fine. So I got prescribed, like, a prescription cough suppressant that I'm not really sure is doing anything. Like, for the record, I did take it before starting stream. I don't think it's working. I don't think it's working very well, but it is what it is. So at the very least, I know that, like, I just have to, like, endure, I guess. And drink water. Yeah. Yeah, prescription for me, a big girl, it's a cold. Well, no, it's more just like, it's not a good time for allergies. I think something triggered my asthma. Did he give you instructions? Yeah, he said, here's a prescription, take the medicine. Like, it was more just like, because, again, I was sick a few weeks ago. It was like a sinus thing. Like, I'm relatively sure it was a sinus infection due to gross reasons. So then it went away, you know, the congestion went away. And then I was phlegmy. I was coffee phlegmy for a little bit, but I figured, like, okay, if I just keep coughing out the phlegm, like, eventually it'll go away. And I guess technically it did, but, like, it didn't stop being phlegmy. It just eventually became like a dry cough. So that's why I went to see the doctor, because I was, like, worried. I'm like, I just want to make sure it's not, like, some kind of, like, secondary infection, right? Like, I want to make sure that it's, like, yeah, this is, like, post-nasal drip or whatever they call it, and not, like, a second throat infection. But I figured that, like, I don't know, if it was, like, a second throat infection, then it probably would have been, like, a lot worse, right? Like, I probably would have been, like, unable to speak or had a fever or something. Yeah. No, it's like, if it doesn't get better, she will come back, right? Because, yeah, the doctor, he, like, looked at my throat real quick. He looked at my ears. He checked my breathing and stuff. And he was like, yeah, everything looks fine. So I'll take his word for it, I guess. Because, yeah, I wasn't worried about it being, like, a chest or, like, breathing thing. Because, like, the cough very much felt like a throat irritation thing. So, yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I just have to be mildly, I'm less Victorian orphan, I guess. But I just have to keep being Victorian orphan for a little longer. Yeah. But then I went to the mall and I bought lemon tea and I bought more honey and I bought more papacoa because I ran out. And then I bought New Katamari. I bought the new Katamari because they had a copy of it. So I think I'll probably stream that maybe tomorrow or Thursday. I will stream new Katamari. I got to play a little bit of it when I was visiting my friend, but we were like taking turns on it. Is lemon tea like a powder? It's tea. It comes in tea bags. It's lemon. I don't know if it's like ground up lemon, like dried and ground up lemon, or if it's just lemon flavored, but it's lemon tea. I'm very annoyed at my doctor because I get like postnasal drip real bad. It's like every year around now. I just get like, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I guess with postnasal drip is one of those things where it's like, it's very difficult to like make it go faster, right? It's just like one of those things where it's like, I guess it is what it is. But yeah, I didn't know it was out. Yeah! It actually came out, like last week. But I didn't get to stream it because I was away. I think Bodega streamed it. I saw a few other people stream it too. But yeah, I get to play Katamari. I now have Katamari. And I will play it. But yeah, there's also another game that's coming out. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to stream it because like I think it's only coming out in Japanese. I haven't heard any word of an English release yet, and it comes out like later this month. The Style Savvy Fashion Dreamer people have this other game coming out. I can't remember what it's called. It's something about a cat. Hold on. Maybe if I check their website. Let's see. Sin Sophia. What is Sin Sophia making? What is it called? God, I can't remember what it was called. Ah, Neko to Majo no Doresu. So it's like cat and witches. Or oh wait, no, sorry. Neko to Maho. Sorry, not witch. Magic. Cat and magic dress. Magikaru crafto. Magical craft. Cat and magic dress. And yeah, it's another dress-up game. It's another dress-up game, and it lets you like it lets you make your own dresses. And it looks very fun, and it has a nice art style to it. And I don't know. In terms of like gameplay, I feel like it looks almost more like Style Savvy than Fashion Dreamer did. And you got characters, but I just don't know. I'm like, I know I could stream it for like the sake of making pretty dresses, but I'm like, will I be able to like, will I need to translate for all of you? Because I'm still not hearing anything about an English release. I don't know. I want to stream pretty dress game. I don't know. I guess maybe it is made for a younger audience, so I guess maybe it wouldn't be too difficult. Like, can I read these character descriptions here on this site? Densetsu no dress maker ni nareru onanako. Oh no, akogareru onanako. Oh god. The test of reading kanji and looking like a fool if I get it wrong. I don't know. I feel like when it comes... Does Style Savvy have lots of text? Well, the thing is like, okay, for games like this, usually, I mean, assuming that the gameplay is anything like Style Savvy's, you kind of need to know a little bit, like, because Style Savvy is largely like, the character comes into the store, they say, hi, I would like this kind of outfit or this kind of item, and then you gotta find it for them, right? So you need to be able to know enough to know what they're asking for. I guess there's also like stories and stuff, which I guess aren't as important. Like, you know, you can still have a fun time with the game even if you can't follow them. But like, you know, you need to be, as long as you can like, it's just like, it might be doable on the fly. It's just like, I feel like I'm gonna look like a fool if I get things wrong. If I'm trying to like real-time translate, like, I'm gonna look like a fool. I'm gonna look like a fool. Someone's gonna be in my chat actuallying me about the kanji I got wrong. Yeah, YouTube has new rule against games that simulate gambling. Hopefully Mahjong doesn't get caught into that. I don't think it would. I don't think it would. Cause like I feel like by that logic, all card games would get like is YouTube gonna ban Balatro? Like, you can use real-time grabbing of the kanji and throwing them into Google Lens. Yeah, it's also too like just like grammar structure. So it's like, again, if I translate something wrong, is someone gonna be like, actually, are they gonna think I'm foolish? Because there's also things where it's like, when you're reading in another language, sometimes it's like, there are things you're willing to gloss over if you don't 100% understand them, because you're like, okay, well, I get like 90% of the point. But then, if you're translating in real time, then that's where it gets like, oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm also not sure what the names of these characters, because I'm looking at these characters' names, and I'm also like, they're definitely supposed to be like European sounding names. Like the main girl's name Didia, so I'm assuming that's like Lilia. But then, okay, what is the old grandma name? Is Soju? I'm not sure what country these are supposed to be. Daida. Oh god, we got Didia and we got Daida. Nemu. I guess would just be Nem? Arisa. Okay, that one's self-explanatory. Chip? Oh, maybe he's supposed to be Chip? An, okay. Okay, that's all the characters. Yeah, they're supposed to be like European names, which I know can sometimes get like a little wonky when it comes to like how to Romanize them. It's a chance for you to get better at translating sentences from that game. I guess that's true, I guess. This could be EGGY Japanese practice. EGGY Japanese practice. Do not take my word for whatever these translations are. But I think it's high time that we start zhonging. Let me just check to make sure that I set up the zhong properly. I did. Cool. 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 So one thing I want to do before I start is I think I had Gintoki, but I have her now. She's mine now. She is mine now. Thanks, Past Eggy. Well, it's because I streamed Mahjong last time, right? That was my last stream was Mahjong, and now this one's Mahjong. So I think it's like the settings were just saved. Usually where I have to worry about like if I set it up properly is if like the thing I was streaming before was like a different game, or if I was streaming something on my Switch and I had to like switch out of the like the other one. Okay, you know what? I think we are gonna play upside down, but I'm gonna change it to east only. Because I remember the two win matches were a bit long. But yeah, she has the drift emote. Yeah, I have the drift emote. All right, 37587. Let's pin that. 37587. Let's pin that. Forever. And I'll pin it on YouTube as well. Three, 7, 5, 8, 7. There we go. But yeah, I have a drift emote. Yeah! I'm gonna be spamming it so much. So yeah, we have upside down mode on. So that was a limited time give mode. We tried it last time, but basically it's you have point multipliers. And basically the more points you currently have, the smaller your multiplier. The fewer points you have, the bigger your multiplier. So if you are somebody who's currently in like, if you have less than like 10,000 points, and you get like a Yakuman, then you can just kill everybody in one go because you have like a 4 times point multiplier. So being in first or being ahead of everybody can, or having more than 30k points can be a very precarious situation. You play gacha and buy new games, where is this money coming from? Well, the gacha from last time was a different situation. The video, I mean, actually Katamari wasn't that expensive. Katamari was, like, Once Upon a Katamari is not like a full price Switch game. It was like, I think this one was like $50-something Canadian. Probably cheaper in the US. Yeah, Katamari is not a full price game. But, yeah. Where's this money coming? I don't know. I have a job soon. About We Heart Katamari for $20, I was blown away with how cheap it was. Yeah, well, the remasters, yeah. Well, the thing is with Katamari is that, like, if you're playing Katamari from start to finish and you get everything right on the first try, it's like it's only like 6 hours, I think. Like the original Katamari Damacy, if you get everything right on the first try, it's only like a 6-hour game. But like obviously there's a lot of replay value to it, right? Like you're supposed to go back and try to like beat your previous time or beat your previous size or like they're not long games, but they're games that you're supposed to be replaying over and over. Close to release on the PS2, like it was $20 new. Oh, like this was like back in the day. But like how much was a PS2 game at the time? Because like when I was a kid, like again, my first video game machine of any kind was the DS. And I remember at the time, DS games were usually, like, a new one was somewhere between $20 and $40, depending on, you know, the game and the developer and such. $50, that was like a new standard price for a new video game? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, $20 is quite cheap. Oh, and thank you for paying your taxes. The egg taxes are paying off. It's keeping the economy running. Yeah. Because, like, I don't know how much video games were supposed to be. Like, I don't know. Because I remember people having this conversation a little while ago when the Switch 2 was announced, was like, video games for a while were actually technically cheaper in relation to the average person's, like, I guess, income than they were in the past. Yeah, Valkyria Chronicles was also $20 close to release, but I think it's just because it didn't sell. Yeah, I don't know, because like I'm trying to think like when I was younger. I don't know, I guess I didn't buy a lot of my own DS games because I was very busy being 9 years old and not having a job. So I don't know how much my parents paid for some of them. I can't imagine it would have been more than $50 though. But also, a lot of the games that me and my sister wanted were always, like, popular ones, right? Like, you know, your Zeldas, your Marios. So it wasn't like... we didn't have very niche tastes that would cause things to be cheaper. No job at 9, oh hello. Actually, maybe... when I was 9, actually, I did have a job. I delivered flyers. I delivered flyers for a summer. I can't believe I was more employed at 9 years old than I am now. Granted, it paid very little. It was a lot of work. Because the thing is with flyers is that, like, it was, you wouldn't receive them put together. Like, you would have to, like, I don't know, they would pay you per flyer, but like it took way more work than that. Like I remember my mom was helping me with it, and it was like even the two of us, it was taking us a long time because it was like, okay, you would get the flyers and you would have to package them yourself. So like you would have to take them and make the stacks of like, okay, you need like one flyer for this grocery store and one flyer for this store and one flyer for this store, and you had to like package it together yourself. So that's before you even delivered it. They had to be like folded and packaged together a certain way. And then you had to deliver them. It was honestly packaging them probably took longer than delivering them took. My neighbors and I made crafts and sold them to our other neighbors for $1. $1. I don't know. When I was a kid, I guess, when I sold my stuff at garage sales, I would keep them. My parents would let me keep the money from that. Or like, me and my sister would sell like, you know, cookies and lemonade and stuff when we would have garage sales. Higgy was that person handing out tissues in Japan? No, just flyer. Just putting flyer into people's mailboxes. Morning, hello X-Rock. But yes, everyone feel free to join the Zhong if you so desire. But yeah, I'm trying to remember like because I remember I bought my own DS. But on the other hand, I think some of the savings, when I was saving up for my DS as a kid, some of the savings I think came from like birthday money and Christmas money and like gifts, right? It wasn't 100% from like work or garage sale stuff. Cause like, what did I buy? I bought a DS Lite. How much did the DS Lite cost at launch? How much did the DS Lite cost at launch? Okay. It was $129.90. Okay, so it was... Okay, so it was $149.99 in Canada. Launch... North America, yeah, it was $129.99 in the United States, $149.99 in Canada. Okay, so I imagine probably most of that was probably Christmas and birthday money. Because I think like I remember like my mom once like giving me the money that I came from like stuff I sold during the garage sale, and it was only like $18. But like I guess if it was like $18 in addition to like, you know, $50 I might have gotten at a birthday, or another $20 I would have gotten in a birthday card or something. We wrote short stories and delivered them to our neighbors too, like 9-year-olds. Yeah. Stream crashed for me. I thought my time had come. It looks like we're still going, I think. Yeah, stream's alive on Twitch, stream's alive on YouTube. We are alive. I'm out the other end, someone put a flag in my car that said, like, we buy junk cars. I was like, listen here. It's like, what are you saying about my car? But, yeah. I think when I delivered flyers, though, that wasn't to save up for my DS, because I think I already had it at the time. I think I bought a video game with that money. The whole summer. Our neighbor read our story to their 4-year-olds and it was too scary for him. What were you writing? What were you writing that'd be too scary? I mean, to be fair, I guess it doesn't take much just to scare a 4-year-old, but... I don't know. I think the other thing, I don't know. I feel like when I was a kid too, like, I wouldn't get scared from stories or from books, really. Because the thing is that, like, in order to be scared by a story, I think you have to be able to imagine a scary thing. And if you're just not very good at imagining scary things, then you're just not going to get scared, right? Like, it's not like a horror movie or, like, even, like, horror art, right? Where it's like, we're going to show you a scary thing. We're going to show you a visual representation of scary thing. With like, books and stories, it's like, if you can't imagine the scary thing yourself, then you're just not going to be scared, right? It was something about a bear. I don't remember exactly. Scary. Scary. I don't know. I wrote stories as a kid. I don't think I sold them, but what did I write about? I think... I maybe once wrote a story about... Like, we had some friends who lived down the road, and I think I wrote a story about their cat. Because I remember, I think I told them that, and then they were like, "Oh, bring it over next time," because it was for a school assignment, I think. I don't remember how old I was, but they're like, "Yes, we're gonna read your story about our cat." I won a writing contest when I was in kindergarten about a hedgehog who dug and had bad eyesight, and I think I confused hedgehogs and moles. It's fine. Close enough. Man hand, car door, hook hand is the most incredible short story I've ever heard. The stories are free, the crafts are $1. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think when I was writing for myself, what did I write? I think because I did not watch anime as a kid that much. But I think when I look back, I'm like, I was definitely trying to write magical girl stories. That was like all the stories I was trying to write was all magical girls. It was all stories about like some girl who like finds a mysterious item in her attic that gives her magical powers. Like that was what I was writing. It was if somebody would have like showed me like Cardcaptor Sakura at like that age, I probably would be a different person today. Probably a more successful one, too. Because, like, I don't know. I had friends who were really into Sailor Moon, but I didn't get into it myself. I think I probably, like, looked at it and I'm like, that's for older kids, and I'm not old enough for that yet. Which is weird, because I was in the target age range for Sailor Moon. I don't know what I was on. I know when I was older... I went to my cousin's house, and she was really into Sailor Moon, and she had like some of the volumes of the manga lying around, and I opened one of them, and it was onto a page that had like, the transformation sequence. And you know how during the Sailor Moon transformation sequence, how like, you kind of get the like naked outline, because it's like the clothes, I guess like as her clothes are changing during the transformation. So I opened it to a page where, yeah, there was just like naked outline of a character, and I was like, oh! They're naked. They can't do that. I guess that's what I was associating with it for a while. I'm like, they're naked. That's inappropriate. Eggy, a girl saw another girl naked house scandal. Well, it was like, I don't know. Because, like, everybody, when you're a kid, everybody makes a big deal if a character is naked. And they weren't even naked. Like, there was no, like, body parts being shown. It was just, like, the outline of a naked character. Like, these are, like, the panels that, like, when animated would have just been, like, the body would have just been, like, a shape of light, you know? The magical changing room. Yeah, I guess I just thought, I'm like... I don't know. I guess as a kid, I was, like, sensitive to these things. Which is weird, because I don't think that's anything that, like... Like, I'm trying to think if my parents were ever, like, uppity about nudity in what I was watching, and I don't think they ever were. I don't think they ever were. Like, I'm trying to think if there's anything that like my parents were ever like, no, you're not allowed to watch this. And like, for what reasons? Because yeah, I don't remember nudity ever being like an issue that came up. But then again, I can't remember ever wanting to watch something that potentially would have had nudity in it. So that's why I'm like, And same with violence. It's like, on one hand, it's like, I don't remember my mom ever saying, this is too violent for you. But on the other hand, I don't remember ever wanting to watch anything violent. So, like, I liked Disney princess movies. Like, I was not a child with, like, I was not trying to reach ahead of my age. Like, what else did I, like, I'm trying to remember. I think, what were my parents not big on showing me? I think maybe stuff with character death. Both for books and movies, I think. Stuff with character death in it for some reason. My mom was like, no, you will be, that is too scary for you. And then I would read it later and I'm like, what was scary about that? It's like, yeah, a character died, but like, they're not real. It's more like you assume they say no. It's more just like I had no interest, you know? It's like, I know a lot of kids want to see things that are like above their age group, but I don't know, I just like was not interested. When does the jonging begin? When we can get 4 people. The jonging is going now. You can jong if you want to now. But yeah. I don't know what I thought would happen to me if I saw a naked character at a young age. I don't know what I thought would happen to me. Whatever I thought would happen to me probably wouldn't, but I'm just like, I don't know what I was on about. Cause yeah, I don't know. Out of all the things I remember my mom saying no to, it was never for like too much, too sexy or too violent reasons. It was always like, it was always weirdly specific reasons. Or maybe they were just things that my mom didn't like and she just like didn't want to have on her TV in the house. Like, I don't know. My mom was one of those people that was like vehemently anti-SpongeBob. But I think it was one of those things where it's just like, she didn't like the voices, she thought they were annoying, and I think she was just like working backwards from that. Or... I don't know. My mom also had a thing about like characters who lie a lot. That was like a big thing she would talk about. Like I was still allowed to like watch movies where the main character lies. But like my mom would complain about it. It was a big thing. It was like a common plot line for like a lot of Disney Channel shows too. I guess sitcoms in general, even for adults, like I feel like character tells a lie about something and then spends the rest of the episode trying to like upkeep the lie is like a pretty common sitcom plot, right? Yeah, my band director in middle school endorsed SpongeBob. Gave a seal of approval. I'm not buying that you had absolutely no interest. No, I really had no interest. Like, I don't know. I was like a kid who was like very invested in the idea of being a kid, I think. Like, when I was a kid, I would be like, yeah, I'm at this restaurant and I'm ordering off the kids menu because I'm a kid. Like, I'm gonna buy kids' clothes and read books from the kids section because I'm a kid. And I will watch kids' movies and only kids' movies because I'm a kid. I don't want to watch grown-up movies because I'm not a grown-up. I'm a kid. And even for things like not a squid, a kid. Yeah, it's like I am not an adult, I am a kid. And even for like things of like normal things of getting older. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe this is not the chat to ask this, but I'm like, I feel like when I was getting old enough to start puberty and like, you know, begin to need wearing a bra, I don't know. I was like, at first I was like very, very like uncomfortable with that. It wasn't like I don't want to wear a bra because that's like a girly thing. It was like, I don't want to wear a bra because that's an adult thing, you know? I was like offended at the concept of having boobs big enough to need a bra. And it wasn't even like a proper bra. It wasn't like padded or anything. It was just like one of those like training bras that are just like a glorified tank top. But it always shocks me when people say they weren't allowed to watch Friends of The Simpsons because they really weren't that bad. I don't know. I think I wasn't old enough for... I think by the time I would have been old enough to watch either of those things, like, they were like well past the point of relevance. I don't think Friends was even on the air anymore. But yeah. I think you just need a better source of what kids are at age X are like supposed to be like, I guess. Well, I mean, it's not like I never met another child. I have, in fact, met other children, both when I was a child and as an adult. I have, in fact, interacted with children before. But this is how I know that I was not the average. I was very busy playing Pokemon as a kid. I didn't play Pokemon as a kid. I was aware of Pokemon. I did not play them. But yeah, it's not so much experiences of women I know. Yeah, because, like, I don't know. I think by the time I graduated to wearing padded bras, I think I was kind of over that. I was kind of over that feeling. But it was like the feeling of like, oh, I'm gonna have to wear a thing over my boobs and that's just gonna be a thing for the rest of my life. So I think by the time I like graduated to padded bras, I was like, I don't know, the first time I bought one I was like he, but it was mostly just like the feeling of like, padded bras are fun to squish. They're fun to squish. So it's like just the feeling of like he, foamy thing. But yeah. No. But yeah. That was... I don't know. That being said, I am kind of glad... Because when I was a kid, I don't think this is around anymore. Or if it's around, it's not around in the same capacity as it was when I was a kid. But when I was little, there was a store called... So there's a store in Canada, there's like a lingerie store called Licenza. And they had this, I guess, spin-off store, sort of, called Licenza Girl. And so Licenza Girl... I remember, like, once I described it to somebody as, like, it was a lingerie store for kids. And I remember people being, like, completely, like, scandalized by this idea. But, like, it wasn't really. So Licenza Girl, they sold, like, bras and underwear for young girls. But they also sold, like, regular clothes as well. Like, I think a solid amount of my wardrobe came from Licenza Girl. And honestly, it was... As a store, as a concept, it was, like, really good. Like, because essentially what it was is that, like, it's a store where, like, you go as a kid and you're already comfortable there, right? Like, they sell, like, you know, they sell clothes for you. They sell normal clothes that you're already wearing. hello, Nelson. Interesting conversation to walk into. But, you know, they're selling clothes that you're already comfortable in. Like, you know, they're also selling, like, Disney Channel star merch. So, like, they had a bunch of stuff. Oh, X-Rock, please hit ready. They had a bunch of stuff with, like, Hannah Montana and, like, the Jonas Brothers and stuff on it. So it's, like, a place that you're already comfortable in as a kid. So it means that, you know, when you're old enough to start wearing bras, you've already been shopping there for a bit. Right? You're already familiar with it. So it means that, like, shopping for bras isn't, like, as uncomfortable of an experience as it could be. Because, like, you know, I can't imagine what it would be like if you were, like, a kid and you're trying to shop, like, your mom is, like, going with you to shop for your first bra, and it's at, like, an adult underwear store, like, or not adult underwear, but, like, an underwear store for adults, and you're like, should I be here? Like, I guess it's just something that makes it easier to, like, kind of ease you into the idea of, okay, yeah, this is what you're gonna have to wear. That's how these things work. It's fine. My first glasses had a SpongeBob logo. I guess it's kind of like that, right? Where it's like to get kids into the idea of like, okay, you're gonna have to wear these every day. But yeah, I don't think it exists anymore. I think they closed, which is kind of unfortunate. Because it's like, okay, if you have a daughter now, where are you gonna take her? Where are you gonna take her? Is there anywhere you can take her? The department stores are gone. And I don't think I don't think most parents would want to, like, take their daughter into, like, a normal lingerie store to buy their first ever bra. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, order it on Amazon? I don't even know. That's like a very detached experience. Simply do not have a daughter. To be fair, that does seem to be the solution that many people have come to. You will never have these problems if you simply do not have a child. American Eagle has like a girl spinoff. Not exactly. Well, actually, okay. American Eagle actually has Aerie, but that's not like a girls spinoff. That's just like a normal spinoff. Like it's basically just like a spinoff that specializes in lingerie and swimsuits and stuff. I actually like Aerie a lot. I would say it's probably a little more like, maybe not kid friendly, but like, you know, young teenager, young girl friendly, I guess. Because it does like aesthetically, it kind of just looks like an American Eagle. Like, and they also sell, again, normal clothes as well. Like they still have like sweatpants and stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's like, I wouldn't say that that's like the target audience. I guess it is a younger target audience, but I see you in the mall and I have a second look and I'm like, oh, girl stuff, and then move on. No, okay. It's fine, you're just gonna make me more powerful. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, children in this timeline? In this day and age? Somehow they do still exist. They do still exist. It is probably very weird to be a child right now, but they do exist. I'll forever remember my male friend who wanted me to accompany him to Victoria's Secret for a gift for his girlfriend, who I run into but my aunt and cousin in there, and they would give me the weirdest look. Well, that's like... There's a weird setting of expectations when a young woman walks into an underwear store. I guess. Like... I don't know. Usually it's like, for me, it's like one of those things where it's like, I walk in, I like look at stuff, I get what I need, and then I leave. Like, it's not somewhere I like stay in for a long period of time. But I don't know. If I am in a lingerie store and I see a man there, I assume that he's just as like stressed and embarrassed about being there as I am about seeing him there. So I'm just like, you know what? I will leave you to whatever it is you need to do here. But also, like, I don't know. If people buy lingerie as gifts, do they just like... I guess maybe if whoever you're buying it for, like, knows their size and has told it to you, before. I don't know. Do you just guess? You just like pick up a random size of bra and you're like, yeah, that seems about right. What would you think if you saw a male cousin of yours there with a male friend while you were shopping there? I'd be like, oh, hello. Like, I'd assume they were buying a gift. Like, I don't... Like, contrary to popular belief, if I see men in a lingerie store, I do not assume that they are there to do something bad. I assume that they are there to shop for somebody. And that they also feel awkward about this. Yeah, there have been stories where men do guess by eye or ask the store lady. But, like, how much can the store lady help you if they cannot see the person that you're buying for? I feel like it's a bit like trying to buy, like, makeup. Like, it's like trying to buy concealer for somebody whose skin tone you don't know off the top of your head. Like, I guess maybe if it's, like, the kind of brand that has, like, limited shades and you're like, okay, well, they're not that pale and they're not that dark, so I'll probably pick the one in the middle. But, like, for anything that's, like, more specific, it's like... Ugh. It's okay, I'm just gonna become more powerful. Excuse me, worker, here's a picture of my girlfriend's boobs. What size is she? You have to get really good at guesstimating. Yeah. If you're comfortable enough to buy a bra for someone, you probably know what they usually wear. That's fair. I guess if you live together, then you've probably, like, seen their clothes in the laundry, too, so you can probably get a look at, like, the tag or something. Yeah. I was got a heavy dose of the kind of not shopping for me because I got my driver's license, so all the girls in my friend group asked me to go pick up their... He has become, unironically, the, like, that one meme of, like, the, like... What was it, that one meme? It's like, in the pads aisle, what size is your pussy? What's that one meme? No, I think... Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Wait, I'm trying to think, like... I came the, here's your pad, my queen. I mean, and you probably realize now that they're weirdly expensive, right? Was this earlier? I'm sorry. Can you really fault me for playing the game? You see, I just gave up 2 Dora. I just gave up 2 Dora. Not of my own volition. You're welcome. But yeah. No, I'm trying to think. I feel like pads aren't that complicated to buy for though. Right? Like, I know the boxes usually have different numbers, but like if you send somebody to the store and was like, hey, buy this specific brand in this specific number, they'll probably be able to find it. Or at the very least, you can be like, overnight. Like, I actually think shopping for makeup would actually be more complicated than shopping for pets. Also, I never said the pads with wings thing. Like, yeah, I know. With wings, the wings aren't that complicated. They're just like a thing that like sticks onto the side. You're welcome. I'm probably dead, actually. because of upside down. Yeah, I'm completely dead. Such is upside down mode. There we go. Thank you. Good job, Longing. Thank you, X-Rock and Nelson, for playing. Such is upside down mode. I will be completely dead. I didn't even get to spam the new sticker. I didn't even get to spam the new sticker that I have. I didn't get to spam the like wheelchair drifting. Because I never had a moment where I felt that way. It's like a meme thing for a while, like chicken wings and random pads like men don't understand. Oh boy. Again, I still think makeup would probably be more complicated to buy for. Like, makeup quiz. Does anybody know the difference between concealer and foundation? What are the different kinds of eyeliner that are available at your average store? What is the difference between blush and bronzer? Makeup is harder for sure. That's true. And also too, because like, I guess there's only so many ways you can do pads, right? But there's like a bajillion different ways you can do makeup, and they're always coming up with new ones. Yeah. I don't know what makeup a store would minimally stock. That's true also too. Usually there's like a way bigger variety of makeup. Wouldn't bronzer be a darker shade and blush be lighter? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I guess maybe on a technicality, yes. But, I don't think it's a different in darkness, it's a different in color. By eggshell covered makeup. Eggshell texture. Palest skin tone for an egg. I don't know, I'm not that pale, I think. I'm like normal pale. Guessing on context clues. Yeah, I feel like I need to do. You know, we're doing proper makeup quiz right now. Let's see. Does anybody know the difference between blush and bronzer? Canada pale. Well, it's more like I'm like normal white woman pale. Like I'm definitely on like the lighter end of most like makeup lines, but like not the lightest end. Like I think if I wore like the lightest shade from most makeup lines, I would just look like an actual egg. I've never had to use either. Well, just guess. There you go. Do you know the difference between blush and bronzer? Let's find out. This is just no and yes. Does anybody have an answer? Does anybody have a guess? Bronzer is optical occlusion and blush is bloom, to put it in video game terms. I I don't think that's quite right. Hello, Vol. I think, Markler, I think you've complicated it too much. The difference between blush and bronzer is actually much simpler than you think. Blush is the highlight. Ah, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. Did the music stop? The music looping? No, an error occurred. Oh, the player crashed. Hold on. That's what's going on. All right. Blush makes you look like... Yes, Panis, you have the correct answer there. All my makeup experience comes from theater, so outside of theater lighting, I look like that Japanese trend of super heavy makeup. I don't think that's like an exclusively Japanese thing. Yes, Panis, you have the correct answer. Blush does make you look like that. So, you know, I'm gonna wait for the timer to be up. Because, I mean, I guess since 100% of you have said that you don't know the difference between blush and bronzer. So, let me just wait for the timer on that poll to be up. So, blush is usually in a pink or red or usually a pink adjacent hue. So, the idea of blush is that it's supposed to add color to your cheeks, because often when you put on makeup, especially if you put on foundation, it like evens out your skin tone, but then it makes your face look completely like it's just made of clay, right? So the idea of blush is that it's I guess a softer pigment, usually in like pink or red, or sometimes you get ones that are kind of like orange or lavender adjacent. And that's what blush is. That's what blush is for. Bronzer is usually a brown or golden kind of color, and the idea is to kind of, not necessarily to make you look more tan, because it's not like a spray tan where you put it all over your face, but it's the kind of thing that you might like put on your cheeks to add, you know, a little glow to it, kind of. So yeah, that's the difference. Bronzer is usually brown, blush is usually pink or pink adjacent. Yeah. My only experience with makeup was having theater makeup put on me for some reason when I was stage crew. Did you ever go on stage? Maybe they're just testing it out. Yeah, blush is exactly what it sounds like. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, it makes you look like you're blushing. Yeah, you sort of had it. Yeah, you were on the right track. I think somebody else was on the right track too, and they said that like, blush is the highlight. Because I wouldn't say it's... Highlighter is a separate thing. Usually highlighter is like a shimmery powder, kind of, that you put on the top of the cheekbones to make them like kind of shine and pop a little more. Blush... I guess some blushes can sort of be highlighter, especially if they have like some kind of like shimmer to them. But usually blush is more about color. Yeah. No, I did not go on stage, so I don't understand why they put it on me. Maybe they were just testing it out. They're just having fun. I do own some makeup sponges for modeling. Yeah, they're good for like paint as well. All right, second makeup question. What are the types of eyeliner that you are most likely to find at a store? I'm gonna say there are 2, maybe 3. Although the third one is a little less common, but I think that's just kind of the trend right now. So, what are the different kinds of eyeliner you find at a store? Actually, do I need to make a poll for this too? Oh, wait, no, I don't need to make a poll because we have one person who knows. Somebody knows. Pencil, gel, liquid, or felt tip? Okay, so I would say that like liquid and felt tip are probably the most, I guess liquid and felt tip, because like liquid eyeliner has a few different forms. But usually I feel like the most common one is usually like a pen, which is usually a tip. I feel like that's a long-winded way of saying you only have a male audience. I'm gonna get you educated. You will know. I asked Google. Oh, he cheated. He cheated on the test. Mean and bad. Mean and bad. But I only know eyeliner and guyliner, but I know they're the same thing. So, the two types of eyeliner that you're most likely to find at like your average drugstore is pencil or liquid. So pencil eyeliner, exactly what it sounds like. It's the eyeliner, it's in the form of a pencil. Some of them are like mechanical pencil type. Other ones are more like you gotta actually sharpen it, like it's like an actual pencil. Usually these ones are softer. They're a little less precise. But the one thing that's good with them is that if you're doing a look that requires you to like smudge your eyeliner a bit or to kind of like blend it, pencil liner is good for that. Pencil eyeliner is also kind of usually recommended for beginners because it's a little easier to use than liquid eyeliner. Liquid eyeliner, there's a few different kinds. Some of them are more like a paint, like it's like this like bottle of paint that you have a brush that you dip it into. Other ones are more of like a pen, like it's like a brush pen type thing. I feel like the brush pen ones are a lot more common. But yeah, basically, yeah, you put it on, so you get the benefit that the brush is a lot more precise. Like usually when you see people with like, you know, like winged eyeliner, usually that's done with liquid eyeliner because you get like a much more precise look. But yeah, the downside is that like if you ever need to like do a look where it needs to be like smudged or blended or anything, then like you can't do that. It's like a very like sharp kind of look, right? So there's also gel eyeliner, which is, I guess, sort of like liquid eyeliner. Gel eyeliner isn't very popular right now, but usually gel eyeliner is like, you have like this like pot of gel eyeliner, and then either it comes with a brush or you have a separate brush, and you apply it with that brush. I think it's not very popular right now, but I have used it before. I feel like it was a lot more popular a few years ago. But yeah, that one, it's a little less common, but it still exists. And that one is kind of the best of both worlds, I think. You can kind of do both. You can kind of do both. You can kind of smudge it if you need to, and it can also, if you use a good enough brush, it can be nice and sharp. Yeah. Bodega's the only woman who's ever watched an Eggy stream. There has to be a second woman somewhere. There's gotta be a second one. Yeah, makeup is the magic substance women use to shapeshift. I wouldn't say we shapeshift. Well, I don't know. I guess it is shapeshifting to a certain extent if you put it on in a certain way, but like, the thing with makeup is that like, I've seen some people be like, oh yeah, makeup makes you prettier. And it's like, the thing with makeup is that it's like clothes, right? There are many ways for somebody to be fashionable, right? Like, if you say imagine a fashionable outfit to like a group of people, everybody's going to be imagining a slightly different outfit, right? So in the same way, I feel like makeup is one of those things where it's like, there are a bajillion different ways you can be pretty, and that's why there's a bajillion different ways you do makeup, right? But yeah, I use pencil. I know that one hurt my eyeball. Yeah, I feel like pencil is also a little rough, especially if you don't like sharpen it properly. Yeah, my friend's emo-style brother used pencil-style eyeliner around 2007, I think. That sounds about right. I feel like when people think of guy liner, usually it is kind of the like smudgy kind of look. So I'm assuming that would probably be, they'd probably be using pencil liner. Pencil liner also lets you do what's called tight lining, which again is not, oh god, it's not very popular right now, but I imagine it's going to come back into fashion sooner or later. Like, we're probably right around the corner from it coming back into fashion, but it's basically where you put it along what's called like the waterline. So it's like the inner part of your, I guess kind of the inner part of your eyelid. Used to be very common, fell out of fashion for a while, became kind of a weird, outdated thing. I feel like it's gonna come back since like all the other like early 2000s stuff is coming back. I say that women are more attractive without makeup, but at this point I don't know subtle makeup can be, so they might have all been using it. They were probably all using it. The thing is that like, again, the idea of like, the idea of like no makeup is kind of like it's harder to spot than you think, I think. But the other thing too is that like women don't wear makeup to like intentionally fool people into thinking they're more attractive. Like, that's not how that works. Like, usually if I'm wearing makeup, it's usually because I'm like, yeah, I want to accomplish a specific look that, you know, I cannot get with just my face alone. Yeah. I'm pretty indifferent, to honest with you, before you hit me with the, actually, you might not see the makeup, it's not so subtle. I know, spare me. Yeah. But, yeah, like... yeah, there's different ways you can do makeup. Like, I don't know. I've been told apparently my eyes are different colors based on the makeup I'm wearing. Like, if I wear like warmer tones, it makes them look different than if I'm wearing cooler tones. And like, that's not like a total transformation, because like, you know, that could probably still happen if I like dyed my hair a different color. But still. Alright, trying to think of like other makeup questions. What is the difference between foundation and concealer? There we go. That's another one I was asking earlier. What is the difference between foundation and concealer? How many people know the difference between foundation and concealer? I like to dress down, but sometimes I want to look cute. I don't know. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I actually think that, like... concealer conceals, yes. But then what does foundation do? Foundation is what you apply first. You're not wrong. One conceals and the other is the foundation. What's the difference between concealer and foundation? Well, one of them is concealer and the other one is foundation. Explain your answer. Show your work. Concealers for under eye circles or other blemishes, perhaps. You're right, but I think you might have Googled that, so I'm not gonna... You're not getting the point. You've lost my trust. Foundation is the thing your house is built on top of. I mean, I guess foundation is kind of the thing your makeup look is built on top of, I guess in some sense. But I think you guys are onto something. So, foundation and concealer are both like things that you use to make your skin look, you know, nicer. Like, you know, they both cover things, you know, like they can cover acne or they can cover like other blemishes and inconsistencies of skin tone. But the difference is that concealer is much more concentrated, and concealer is usually used only in specific spots, whereas foundation is intended to be used over the whole face. So foundation is usually like, it's like a base makeup and you put it all over your whole face. And usually, both in terms of texture and in terms of pigmentation, it's a lot like, it's not as heavy feeling as concealer, right? Concealer will typically be thicker, whereas foundation will typically be less so. So concealer is usually thicker and it's meant to be used in specific locations. So somebody might use concealer, yeah, like over acne. But when you use concealer to cover your acne, you're not putting it over like a large part of your face. Usually what you're doing is you're just putting it over just where the pimples are, right? Or if you're covering up dark circles, you're putting it just on the under eye, right? So you can't, I guess there's nothing stopping you from putting concealer over your whole face, but like it wouldn't look very good and it would probably be a waste of concealer. And it would probably be good either. Like it would probably feel like really like thick and heavy. Like it would not be comfortable. But yeah, concealer on the whole face would be expensive. Yeah, exactly. Like, and it wouldn't feel good, and it probably would look very heavy. Because, like, I feel like if you want to put concealer over your whole face, it's better to just buy, like, a foundation. Because you can get foundations that are various levels of pigmented, right? So, like, the more pigmented a foundation is, the more it will cover, but the more heavy it will look and feel, right? So like sometimes you can see, if you've probably seen like somebody who was like very visibly wearing foundation, right? And like their face, it looks like they have like a layer of paint over their face. That's usually what happens if you're wearing a lot of foundation or if you're wearing like a very pigmented foundation. You can also get foundations that are like much lighter, so they don't cover as much, but they look a bit more natural and they don't feel as like both visually and like in terms of sensation, they don't feel as heavy to have on your face, right? Easy workaround for all this, just be a shut-in VTuber. Just don't go outside. Unfortunately, I do leave the house. I'm sorry to betray you all, but I do leave the house. Yeah. Yeah, foundation is like evening out the skin tone. Yeah. Or if you just get a tan, I don't know, getting a tan doesn't like get rid of your acne. And it doesn't get rid of your dark circles. You know? People who have darker skin can still get acne and they can still get dark circles. How to get that no makeup look, list 5 or more makeup products. Well, I don't know. Like if you think about it, it's like, I'm trying to think of like what I would wear if I was doing like a no makeup look. Like I'd probably wear, like it depends on how no makeup we're going. But like if I was just like, okay, I'm rolling out of bed and I need to look presentable, it's like, I'd probably put some concealer over my, like on my under eyes. So that's 1. I might put on some kind of like foundation or maybe some powder, so that's 2. Mascara, probably, that's like 3. I might brush out my eyebrows, but that's not really a product. That's just like a brush. I guess I would probably put on some like blush or something as 4. And then like some kind of lip product. That's 5. Yeah, I guess a 5 is sounds about right. Like if I wanted to go a little less, like that's like for like absolutely like trying to look like I'm not wearing makeup. I guess if I was trying to go for something a little more detailed, I might put on some eyeshadow. But yeah. But yeah, how did you figure out makeup? What's the timeline? So I started, okay, when I was a kid, I mean, obviously, like, I had, like, kind of, you know, kids makeup, the stuff you get from, like, Claire's and whatnot, and, you know, you play around with, and it's all in silly colors. So I had that as a kid, but, like, my first serious, like, when I started wearing makeup on a regular basis, I guess I was in grade 9? So I would have been like 14 or 15. I think I had, so it was a mix of things. I was into K-pop at the time. So like I was hearing a lot of things about like BB cream and all the other like K-beauty stuff that was going on at the time. But I also, around that time, I was in a school play and I was looking at pictures of myself because I had my makeup done for the stage, and I was looking at pictures of myself from backstage, and I'm like, oh, I actually kind of like how I look with eyeliner. So around, I guess, age 14, I started wearing like BB cream. So it was like a very light feeling foundation. I started wearing eyeshadow, and then I had a few different colors of eyeliner and mascara. So I started wearing that. And then throughout like grade 10, 11, I think I started exploring more things in terms of like different colors, different products. Like by grade 12, I had like a part-time job, so I could, you know, spend a little more and I could try new things. So yeah, I guess it was like that. A woman was mildly upset with me once because I took her outside and her makeup didn't match her skin. Okay, but that's like a real thing that happens. I know, like, for some people it happens worse than others, but I definitely know some people who have, like, they buy two different foundations. Like, they will have a summer foundation and a winter foundation because, like, their skin tone will fluctuate, like, that much between seasons. Busy? Excuse me? Okay, I'm sorry for it kicked everybody out. Let's make another one. 33959. Let me pin that. Three 33959. Okay. There we go. I do understand Scarfo. I'm lucky and never get acne outside of high school. Yeah, I think my skin... When I was in high school, I did have a lot of acne, and it was mostly on my forehead. That's like one of the things I think is odd, is that like, in high school, I had acne like all over my forehead, but not on any other part of my face. And then as like time went on, I think by the time I finished high school, when I was like 18, 19, I stopped getting acne on my forehead completely. Like just no more pimples on my forehead. But then I started getting pimples all over my like jawline. Like jawline and chin. I don't know for why, but like for a long time, it's like the acne like migrated down my face. So I started getting all these pimples around my jawline kind of. And then after a while it went away. Like I think I had a pimple recently, but I don't get a lot of them as much anymore. Like, I think maybe I might have aged out of it by now. But, yeah. To be fair, I think also in high school, I imagine maybe the pimples on my forehead may have also had something to do with the fact that I had, like, really thick bangs at the time. So I imagine maybe there was, like, some hair care product that, like, my skin was having a tantrum about. That wouldn't have been an issue if my hair was not like on my face all the time. Or maybe it was just like the oil that was building there. Yeah. But I don't know, yeah, in recent years I haven't had too many... My skin is much drier than it used to be. Maybe I'm just old now. Maybe that's my problem. I don't get acne anymore, but now my skin is dry and I'm old. Because I never used to have issues with dry skin. So maybe I am old. I'm old. Depends on humidity. I don't think it's humidity as much as it is also like temperature. Because like I feel like it's very common for your skin to get very dry in the winter regardless of how dry or humid it is, right? Yahoo! But... Because yeah, I had a ton of acne as a teen and a ton of dry scalp problems as I got older. Exactly, it's like... I don't know, I feel like I used to think of my skin as being like... like combination oily, and now I think it's neither of those things now. I guess my nose can get a bit oily, but like, not like concerningly so. Because, like, I don't know. I think that was the other thing maybe, too, is that, like, when I was in high school, like, I was always told it's like, okay, acne is caused by oily skin. If you have oily skin, you should use this product to make it less oily. But the thing is that, like, a lot of the, like, moisturizers and stuff that was targeted at oily skin were, like, really ineffective because essentially they would just, like, not moisturize too much, which is understandable because, like, if you already have oily skin, the last thing you want to do is put something that, like, feels really oily on top of it, right? But, like, basically what would happen is that, like, I would unintentionally be drying out my skin, and so my skin would make more oil, and I'm like, excuse me, there's so much oil on my skin. Better dry it out again. So I think that was the thing, is that, like, I feel like a lot of people were doing that at the time. Like, even in spa school, and this was like 2016-ish, 2017, part of it was just that, like, matte makeup was, like, really in at the time. But I feel like there was a lot of girls there who just, like, would outright refuse to use moisturizer. They're like, I have oily skin, so I can't use moisturizer. And it's like all of them? Like, any of them? Like, I guess some people just thought, like, any moisturizer would, like, make it worse. Ugh. Alright, we just need one more person. Hopefully the room will not kick us out this time. But yeah, I can't say I've ever had, like, dry scalp issues. I feel like I've had oily scalp issues. But some of that is just, like, I don't know. Use a slightly better shampoo. Play any Katamari or saving it for stream? I've been saving it for a stream. Well, partly because I wanted to buy a physical copy. Because I feel like it's pretty rare for a game that I want to have a physical copy that's available here. So I was waiting to get a physical copy. I wanted to get one because I went with my friend to the video game store, and I was like, I thought we would get one copy each because she wanted to get a copy too, but they only had one left. So I'm like, okay, yeah, she can have it. I'll just wait. I'll go buy my own copy. But yes, I have the Katamari copy in my hand right now. You can't see it, but it's like in my hand. I have one hand on the mouse on this computer, and I have the other hand firmly gripping Once Upon a Katamari. But yeah, I'll probably do that maybe tomorrow. Or maybe later this week. Probably tomorrow. Yeah. Coal tar shampoos have been great for me. Yeah, I know what I used to use. And again, I had to stop doing this because I dyed my hair, and, like, this process is completely incompatible with dyed hair. But I used to have this one, I think it was from the Body Shop. It was like this, like, scalp scrub shampoo. So it was expensive, but it would last me a long time because I wouldn't have to wash my hair as often. But it was like this, like, scalp scrub that, like, would essentially just, like, strip every last bit of oil from your hair. So it was, like, extremely drying, but, like, my scalp was super, super clean. And then I would use just, like, I would buy, like, to balance it out, I would just buy, like, a really heavy conditioner. And, like, it worked really well for me for a while. But then I dyed my hair, and then, like, you can't really do that with dyed hair because then it will ruin your dye. So, yeah. But yeah, it was I think they still sell that scrub. Maybe I'll buy it again sometime now that my hair isn't technically dyed anymore. Should be a better skincare instruction manual, especially in combination with makeup. Well, the thing is that, like, things are changing all the time, right? A lot of stuff with makeup, too, is kind of common knowledge. Like, you know, you should take off your makeup before you go to sleep, kind of thing. Ooh. Well, I guess it's not my fault. Like, I don't know. I don't think I could sleep in makeup. Even if I was super sleepy. I don't think I've ever been too sleepy to take off my makeup. Because, like, sleeping in makeup, especially if you have eye makeup on, like mascara or eyeliner, it's like, it feels gross, you know? You're gonna wake up and your eyes are gonna be all, like, gritty. It's not pleasant. I would not recommend it. Like, I feel like I can never fall asleep with makeup on, because every time I, like, almost fall asleep with makeup on, I think about how it would feel to wake up with makeup on, and I go, ooh. And then I go and take my makeup off. Life hack to stay a whack forever. No, I mean, I go and take off my makeup. I don't just stay a whack. I don't know. I feel like I'd also worry, like, especially if I was wearing, like, foundation or, like, anything on the bottom half of my face. I feel like I would get really concerned about, like, getting makeup on the pillow. Like, getting foundation. Even during conventions, sometimes. Like, because there's been times, like, if I went to a convention and I was cosplaying, and I would, like, I feel like I would wake up, and I would have, like, I guess if I didn't take my makeup off totally properly, because if I'd been wearing, like, really heavy makeup during cosplay, and I would try to take it off, but, like, if I didn't, like, get all of it off, sometimes I'd wake up and there would be, like, a streak of foundation on the pillow, and I'm like, really? Finally an Eggy win. Let's go. Infinite Eggy power. But yeah. She's become too powerful. Finally an Eggy win. On this Tuesday morning. Tuesday afternoon. But yeah, it's been a while since I've done cosplay makeup though. Because cosplay makeup, you gotta do it a little differently than regular makeup. Like having a wig, especially if it's like a brightly colored wig. Like if you're cosplaying a character with like pink hair or like blue hair or something, you gotta do the makeup differently than you do if you're just doing it for your everyday life. Because the thing with wigs is that, like, I guess partly because, like, a wig is literally making your head bigger, right? Even if it's not, like, a big hairstyle, even if it's just, like, hair down, it's making your head look a little bigger. And then on top of that, if it's, like, a brightly colored wig, then, like, that bright color is going to be kind of drawing attention away from your face. So you really have to go, like, a lot of the times, like, if you've ever seen a cosplayer without their wig on, they look like a very heavily made up egg. Like, they'll have the wig cap on and they will just, like, their makeup will look really heavy, but then they put on the wig and it looks normal, right? So it's one of those things you just have to, like, think about. You have to do it differently. And that's why if you ever see, like, a cosplay makeup tutorial, it's like, oh god, why is she putting on so much? And it's like, well, if you don't, then your cosplay will look a little underwhelming. Apparently it is Oshi Day. Thank you for being my Oshi, Iggy. Thank you for having me as your Oshi. It is still kind of wild to be anybody's Oshi, I think. It's like, you are aware there are other VTubers, right? And you picked this one. There are other VTubers. Somebody out here operating under the assumption that I'm the only VTuber. No! Why is she putting on body lotion in the onsen? You're not supposed to do that. She's gonna mess up the water. But Eggy was the only VTuber. There are no other VTubers. There is no Hololive. There is no Niji Sanji. There is no Kizna Ai. It's me, the only VTuber. Any of the other VTubers you watch are not real. They're they're anime. I'm the only true VTuber. Name one other egg. I mean, there are other egg VTubers, actually. Actually, one thing that's interesting with egg VTubers, I think, is that, like, it wasn't until recently. Somebody sent me a clip because they're like, I thought this was you for a second. I think that's the first time in, like, the 4 years that I've been an Eggy. That was the first time I've ever seen somebody who looked even, like where the design had any overlap. Because I feel like most people, like, everyone takes a very different approach to being an egg, right? Like, even within, like, cute anime egg girl, there are, like, a few different variations on that, right? Sorry, I need water again. But yeah, no, it was like, that was the first time I'd ever seen somebody, like, who had come, like, even close to having any design overlap. So yeah, there's a big variety of egg. My viewership is your Make-A-Wish, hope my inappropriate jokes and rage bait made you happy in your final days. Wow, what? Sorry for being a dying Victorian orphan. And will all the egg VTubers do a big collab? I remember Egg Channel. He was trying to do that way back in the day. I don't think it ever panned out. Because, like, all the egg VTubers are kind of all in, like, completely different circles. And also, some people since then have, like... Because I think he made, like, a Twitter, like, list. I remember he had, like, a list of all the egg VTubers he could find. But I think since then, some of them have either graduated or they've rebranded into something else that isn't an egg. They've betrayed the sanctity of being an egg. Traitors, traitors to the egg. Betrayed the cause of egg. That is a sarcastic joke because you're acting like my time here is charity. I mean, I guess if you are enjoying yourself, I cannot stop you. In fact, I can probably only encourage you to keep going. How's my voice getting tired already? We're only like 2.5 hours in. Unbelievable. I hate watching Eggy. I keep thinking about the one time, you remember when I made the, like, Eggy, the eggplant census? And I had one question about, like, because I want to see, like, for, like, are people more likely to watch when I play, like, certain games or something? So I had a question that was like, I try to watch every Eggy stream. I only watch Eggy if she's doing something that I'm interested in, like playing a game I'm interested in. And then I had another option for I never watch Eggy. I don't know why I put that as an option. But, like, I remember people screenshotting it. Somebody screenshotted and they're like, yeah. I never watch Eggy. Technically, you ban me and that would stop me. I mean, yeah, but, like, that doesn't stop you from watching. That would just stop you from chatting, right? Eggy, drink water? Okay. I never watch Eggy. Ever. Who is Eggy? I never watch Eggy. I'm always saying this. Many people are saying this. Never watch Eggy. If Eggy ever plays a game I don't like, I will become Eggy Auntie. Wasn't that like, okay, I seem to remember, like, I think it was somebody, I don't know if they've made this, if they said it seriously, but it became like a copy pasta about somebody being like, Takanashi Kiara is no longer my Oshi because she played League of Legends. And, like, people People turn into a copy pasta. It's like, I don't remember, I don't know if the original was something that somebody said like ironically or unironically though. Egg pats? Oh, I guess I gotta do this manually. I feel like sometimes the egg pats works manually and sometimes it doesn't. Sorry if my turn is slow, I just need to like pull up the egg pats. Here we go. Yeah, NiceEggy is no longer my Oshi because she played Mahjong. I only talk to Eggy on Twitter. I'm Eggy's biggest fan. I have never seen an Eggy stream before. Yeah. Hello, Este Hoboface. Hello. Eggy streams? Yeah. You do streams? I thought you were just an account that posts when you sleep and wake up. Yeah, the VTuber fan is a fickle creature. They catch you playing League of Legends once and it's over. I mean, at least I can promise you I will not play League of Legends. You would have to pay me quite a bit of money to play League of Legends. How much? I don't know. A big amount. Nah! On a Tuesday morning. Unbelievable. The pain of being Eggy. The difficulties. Has anyone ever plotted the Slepa wax on a chart? For what purpose? Like, by the time they were posted? Like, are you trying to find my average, like, bedtime and waking up time? But no, you can't do that because that's going to, like, get completely thrown off. Eggy, hello, Yatakarasu. Hello. Yeah, no, you can't plot my Slepa wax, or at least I wouldn't recommend doing it, because, I was in Japan. Chekhov, Eggy mentions being in Japan, off the Eggy bingo. Because, when I was in Japan, I was in a different time zone. And also, like, I think also, too, I've traveled to, the West Coast, too, so, like, that was also in a different time zone there, so that probably would throw things off, wouldn't it? Maybe not the West Coast ones, because I wasn't there for that long. Like, I don't think 1 week is going to throw it off by that much, but, like, 6 months, probably, yeah. There are people I've followed for their art for years before realizing they're a VTuber. Yeah, I mean, I guess that does happen for people who had, like, a following before and then pivoted into Chubin. New York is the only time zone that matters. EST stands for Eggy Standard Time. Or maybe it's EDT now. Is it EDT or EST right now? Eggy Daylight Time. Went to Japan in mid-October to spend much there because I'm not comfortable there. Yeah, I mean... Mid-October. I mean, I guess mid-October is not the worst time to be in Japan. Okay, we're in EST now? Okay, we switched from EDT to EST. Okay. Eastern. Okay. Who tried to text me? Okay. We just changed in America, but I think Canada changes at a different time. No, we actually changed this past Sunday. Oh my god, I'm so glad we changed this past Sunday because so it was the night before my work training, and I was like, oh no, I got back late, and I was like, oh no, am I gonna be able to sleep enough? And then I noticed that the clock, like, it had been like 1 a.m. earlier, and then it was 1 a.m. again, and I'm like, oh my god, we're saved! We're saved! It's daylight savings time! We're saved! Alright. Good job, Vocal. Thank you, Panbu and Chai Tudu. I will accept my loss. This has not been a good morning for Eggy Zhang, but that is okay. There are worse things than losing at Zhang. Contrary to popular belief. Who's the bunny woman with her toes out? I don't know. I did like the art. I don't think that's good onsen etiquette, though. You gotta do chores. No! Not chores. Not chores. But yeah. No, I think, yeah, Rare Daylight Salvation. I don't know, I'm trying to remember, because, like, I know there's been some years where the daylight has changed on Halloween. Oh, I remember in 2020. In 2020, October 2020, daylight savings time started on Halloween. And I remember this because I was confused, because there was... Oh, thank you to Shai Tudu. Thank you for sprouting. I remember this because I was watching a HoloLive stream because there was a collab. This was like a HoloMyth collab that was supposed to start at like 10 or 11 p.m. And then Callie was supposed to have a song that released at midnight. And I was confused because I'm like, that's not a very long collab. That's only like an hour. And then I was confused, and so I like showed up at midnight. I had it open. I had like the premiere page for like Callie's song open, and I was confused because I was like, "Where's the song? Why does it say it's happening in an hour? It's midnight now." And it's like, no, it's the other one, the other midnight, the other one. Hello, Faye. Good afternoon, Faye. Daylight saving weren't effective at all during lockdowns. Streams only lasted 2 hours in those times. Yeah, I know. I feel like we've been living in, like, stream time inflation. I remember when I used to, like, you know, wake up and I was like, oh, there was a stream while I was sleeping. And it's an hour and a half long. Ooh, goody. That's so much time. That's so much to watch. You know, maybe it's, like, one of those things where it's, like... I know some people who are like, it's so hard to keep up with so many VTubers. There's too many VTubers nowadays. And I'm like, I don't think it's just that there's too many VTubers. I think it's that there's like, there's many VTubers, there's more VTubers, but they're all streaming for like 8 hours. So it's like, yeah, of course nobody has time to keep up with like all 8 hours of the stream. Hello. Hello. Hello, Faye Channel. Yeah, early HoloLive stream were like 3 hours max. Yeah, like, of course, if everyone streams for like 2 to 3 hours, it's a lot easier to keep up with like more VTubers. Yeah, watch time I was streaming 8 hours per day. Well, I remember there were some like JP members that were known. And I guess Kiara did have that one like 8-hour super chat reading once, but I feel like those were the outliers, right? Those were the outliers. Like, nowadays, I feel like, you know, 8 hours is still long, but, like, it's no longer considered, like, oh my god, she did an 8-hour stream.
Bodega Rat, who lives in a cave and streams over 9 hours each day, is an outlier and should not have been counted. Yeah, like, I feel like there's been, like, stream length inflation that's gone on in, like, the past 5 or so years. Maybe this is also, like, a YouTube versus Twitch thing, though. Because I feel like on Twitch, it's more common to have people who stream, like, you know, like what Bodega does. I feel like it's more common to have people who stream, like, 6-7 hours in a row, but they go through multiple games, right? Like, they might start with chatting, and then they'll do some, like, Wordle dailies, and then they'll move into this game, and then maybe they'll stop with that one, and then they'll move into a different game. I feel like that's more common. That's more common than it is on YouTube, where it's usually like, we're gonna stream this one thing for 2 hours, right? When Yoroshi with a day job did a 6-hour stream on a Saturday was peak. Yeah. All right, I think it might be. It might be, given that I just said I've been streaming for like 2.5 hours. It might be this time. So I think I'll be back momentarily. Let me change. Let me change the music. I think I need to go grab more water. I need to open my new jar of Papacoa. I bought another one because I was running out. I think that might be necessary. But let me pause this music so that you know that I'm away. And I will be back momentarily. All right, give me like 2 seconds so I can have some peipakoa. At least it shows why you chose Nanami Reina. Because I saw somebody use the she has this one like emote that's like this like drifting, like wheelchair drifting, where she's going like skirt. I like that one. I like that one. There we go. But do you have the fallen down toasted mouth emote? Which character is that for? Thanks. All right. Okay, let me get my music going again. Or Nanami. I'll have to see. Join my game and you can find out. We're just gonna pour myself some more water. I think I have, okay, yeah, I have water left in here. And I guess I can have my snack. I have popcorns here again. I had oatmeal for breakfast. I think I'll be having oatmeal for breakfast for a while. There's a lot of oatmeal. I bought a lot of oatmeal because it was on sale. So I think I'll stick with that for a while. Because I was having toast with cheese for breakfast for a while, but now I think I'm like, oatmeal is probably healthier. Because even though I was using like whole wheat, you know, multigrain bread and stuff. Normal oatmeal or overnight oatmeal? Normal. Okay, so what I've been doing is I bought, you know those like individually packaged flavor ones? I bought 2 packs of like, I think it's like apple cinnamon flavored oatmeal. But the packets aren't very big and they're also kind of too sweet. So what I've been doing is just, I put in the packet into a bowl and then I like top it off with more oats. So yeah, then I can just like add more and it like dilutes the sweetness a bit so it's not so overwhelming. But yeah, no, I like it. It's good. It's tasty. It is healthy and full of fiber. And I can add fruits to it. Oh god, I need to sorry, I just remembered I had to throw out some produce. Oh my god. Eggy eating lots of oats and I'm not a horse. Look. Just because my voice has been a bit rough lately does not mean I'm a horse, okay? Just because I'm a little horse does not mean that literally. But yeah, I had oatmeal for breakfast for about 5 years. Good stuff. Why'd you stop? You say this like you like quit oatmeal. Or like you have this on your resume. Like what is your previous oatmeal experience? Oh, I have about 5 years of experience in oatmeal. What about cereal? You're like, yeah, I have 5 years of experience in oatmeal, so I think that can carry over to cereal pretty well. But yeah, now I'm having popcorns. Do you peanut butter the oatmeal? No. I mean, because the oatmeal, the packets are already flavored, right? They're already like this like apple, cinnamon, sugar. This morning I put nuts on top. Because I looked at my big giant jar of mixed nuts that I bought several months ago and I realized that this giant jar of mixed nuts expires in like January. So I have like 2 months to get through this like giant jar. So I'm like, okay, I guess maybe I should get on that. I stopped because I like terrible slop. You eat oatmeal, you're like, this is too nutritious. This is too wholesome. We need to go worse. You can freeze nuts though. I mean, yeah, but like, how does it affect them? Like, taste and texture wise? I've never done it. And also, oh god, I do not have room in my freezer for that. Like, I still need to figure out what to do with some of the stuff that's currently in my freezer. Like, I have, I think I still have some more pork chops. And I have salmon. And I have, I still have the beef rolls, but I've been making my way through those. I do not need more things in my freezer. Oh, I get tummy hort if I eat sugar without fats or proteins. Ah, okay, if it's like just carbs. I mean, I guess you could add... I know some people when they like... Because people do this for overnight oats, but I guess there's nothing stopping you from doing this for like regular oats. You could probably put like yogurt or something on top. That sounds good. Yeah, I haven't done it with hot oatmeal, but I know people do it with overnight oats, right? So I guess there's nothing stopping you from doing it with hot oats. Usually I add a bit of milk to my oatmeal to make it creamier anyway, so... I restocked my freezer last night and I almost couldn't fit everything. Oops. Yeah. Well, that's like, to be fair, a lot of the stuff in my freezer isn't mine. Again, usually I've been making ginger pork. The thing with ginger pork, like, did I not ask this to be looped? Ginger pork is not difficult to make, but it's time consuming because it involves so much grating. The process is very grating, as in like, you have to grate a ton of ginger, and then you also have to grate a solid chunk of onion. Yeah, it's quite a process. There we go. But yeah, I need to find a recipe for what to do with salmon. Then the beef, I know what I'm using it for. I've been going through it bit by bit. As in junk food. Ah, okay. Like you have like frozen pizzas and stuff. I mean, I guess those are good to have in like... Maybe emergencies is the wrong word, but like, you know. If there's a time where you really don't have the time or energy to cook, it's probably good to have some kind of backup around, right? Like, I feel like lately I've been buying instant ramen, but not like eating that much of it. Or at least I'm trying not to eat that much of it, just so I have like a backup if I ever need it, you know? I did buy Bulldog the other week. I don't know. I'm trying to become better at eating spicy foods, but I don't think it's working. Is spice tolerance like, is that a nature or nurture thing? Like, is it possible? Is it like, I know you're probably like, is it like a thing where it's like you're born with a certain level of spice tolerance and that's just like how you have to live for the rest of your life? Or is spice tolerance like one of those things where you can like, you know, it's like exercise where like you can get stronger if you like exercise a certain way, right? Because on one hand, it's like, I guess if your family feeds you spicier foods as a kid, it will like up your tolerance. But on the other hand, I also know people who are from like cultures that have very spicy food and they cannot handle spice very well. So it's not like a definite thing. I think you can build up your spice tolerance, but I don't have any sources to cite. Because yeah, I tried the carbonara, the pink one, for Bulldog. And it's one of those things where it's like the first few bites were very good, and then after that I was like, ow, 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 ow. So I don't think I want to try any of the higher levels yet. Nurture? Definitely nurture? Okay. I enjoy a good oatmeal cookie. Oatmeal. But yeah, like, I don't know. I want to be able to enjoy more spicy foods, but I'm not very good at it. Inbound spice tolerance and outbound spice tolerance seem to be disjointed skills. What do you mean inbound versus outbound? Because usually I've also been thinking of it in terms of like, you know, short spicy versus long spicy. Like, you know, like short spicy where you eat one bite of a spicy thing and you're like, woo, that was spicy. Versus like long spicy where it's like, if you take one bite, you're fine, but then it like builds. And then by the time you're like close to the end, you're like, ow, 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 ow. Eat Indonesian food, will put Japanese and Korean spices. Well, it's like, there's also different genres of spicy. Because I've also known people who are like, oh, I can handle like Mexican food, but not Korean food and stuff like that. Where it's like, one kind of spicy is different than like a different kind of spicy. I know people who lost spice tolerance. Oh, like they moved to somewhere that like had less spicy food and they like lost it after a while. I think there is actually an Indonesian restaurant, not close to me, but like I know where it is, and I'm like, I should try this sometime, but I'm also a little scared based on what everyone has told me about Indonesian food. I don't know. I'm sure if I like went in there and I was like, hey, what do you recommend for someone with like not the highest spice tolerance? I'm sure they have something, right? What normal Indonesian people would eat would put you in a coffin? You say that as if... You say that as if that's not where I am already. Oh, like mouth versus tummy horde. Oh, okay. You know what, actually, I think... I mean, to be fair, I guess I've never eaten something super, 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 super spicy. But I feel like I've never had tummy hurt issues when it comes to spicy food. Like... Mouth hurt a lot. Tummy hurt, not so much. I feel like if I ever get like tummy hurt, it's usually not because of like spice. I feel it's just because like I guess especially for stuff like Korean food where it's like stuff that's spicy also tends to be very salty. So it's like, I feel like it's the salt, the extreme saltiness that would be doing me in more so than the spice. Yeah, give me the white people spice level. Can I have spicy food for beginners? Start cooking with chili flakes or something. Well, because like it's not like I can take zero spice. I guess I also just like don't trust restaurants when they say that something is or isn't spicy. I've talked about this before. Where it's like, sometimes you'll order something off a menu and they'll be like, this one is spicy, be careful, and then you eat it and you're like, eh. And other times they'll be like, this one's mild, and then you eat it and it's like, are you sure? I mean, the first one actually happened to me in Japan more, I think. Like, I remember the first time I tried Katamucho chips, because the bag is like, this is spicy, this is super spicy, and then when I tried it, I'm like, even I don't think this is spicy. Like, people like to dunk on, like, British food for not being very spicy, But like, I actually think Japan takes that award. Like, the standard of what counts as spicy in Japan, with a few exceptions, is like relatively low. Like, outside of maybe like curry, I feel like curry is like the only food that is like usually served spicy, like on purpose. I think I'm just built different. Me, a friend did the 3 Mile Island hot sauce, and I was uncomfortable. He was projectile vomiting. Oh, that's what you mean of like mouth hurt versus tummy hurt. When you're white but you go to restaurants with Asian friends, so you have to play 3D chess? I think 3D chess is just chess. I think that's just chess with a normal chessboard. Eggy, can you spare some oats? The oats. The oats. I'm not eating oats right now. I already had some oats earlier. I'm having popcorns. No, for me it's like, when you are white but go to an Asian restaurant but need to make sure that the server knows you know how to use chopsticks. I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some, like, vibe check that servers will do to figure out if you should get chopsticks or a fork. No, chess is 2D. I mean, yeah, but, like, isn't... Like... Real life is 3D. I don't know. I guess I also, like... I don't know if I talked about this on stream. The other week I went to this one restaurant because I saw on their website that they had soba, and it was like served, you know, the way that it's usually served in Japan, right? So I went there for soba. They're technically an udon shop, but they happen to also serve soba. And I remember I made my order, and I'm like, yes, I would like this soba combo, please. And they're like, yes, this is with soba noodles. I'm like, yes, with soba noodles. They're like, are you sure? Yes. I'm like, yes, I would like it with soba noodles. Thank you. And then they're like, okay, with soba noodles. And then they took my order, and then they brought my food, and they brought me udon. And, like, I don't know. I'm like, maybe they had some experience before with, like, a customer who didn't know what soba was, who, like, ordered soba and then was, like, dissatisfied with their food. But, like, I was like, no, I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about. I came here for soba on purpose. I know what soba is, and it's in fact the actual, like, reason I came here. It's like, if I ask the server for an 8-level spice, what the heck will I get? Yeah! Well, it's like the same thing with, like, mild, medium, spicy kind of thing. Like, I feel like if it's the first time I've been to a place, I will usually go with mild. But, like, I've been hurt before. Oh, hello, Zully! Hello, Zully! We are talking about spicy foods. And also soba noodles. Hello, Zully! We are jonging. Please join the jong as well. For those who are new, I am NiceEggy. I am nice and I am an eggy, and today we are jonging and you can play. If you just put in the room code. Yeah. I got to have yakisoba for the first time recently. It was quite good. Yeah. Yakisoba is tasty. Although, yakisoba is different from soba. Like, so soba noodles, when it's like soba on its own, are like noodles made with buckwheat. But when you have like yakisoba or maze soba, it's like usually a different kind of noodle because like the soba noodles themselves just like don't hold up very well for that. I guess maybe that's why they're like this is with soba. You're sure this is with soba? Maybe that's why they were like that, because maybe like they probably had people who had like yakisoba before or mazu soba, and then they're confused as to why the soba noodles for this are different than the soba noodles for that. But yeah, yakisoba is good. It's really heavy though. I also really like, and I know it's like something I can't eat too often because it's like, it has a disturbing amount of calories. But when I was in Japan, I really liked the like instant yakisobas that you would get from the konbini. I think I actually like them more than the instant ramen. Because it was like a tray, and then you would open it part way, you'd pour in the hot water, or you take out the like toppings and stuff. You pour in the hot water, you close it up, and then there would be like this other thing on the side that you would peel off, and there would be little holes that you could use to drain the noodles. So you drain it, and then you would add the toppings and stuff after. And it was very tasty. It was tasty. It was also like 700 calories. But it was tasty. Granted, some of those 700 calories are probably just coming from like putting a lot of mayo on it, but I don't know, they're harder to find here though. Like I know a few places that sell instant yakisoba, but I feel like they're way more expensive. Because they are like the prices, in Japan the prices were like roughly on par with like the price of, you know, cup noodles or whatnot. But I feel like here it's like, for whatever reason, like cup noodles will be like $3, and then like the like instant yakisoba will be like $5, and I'm like, I don't know why. Like I don't think you're getting that much more food. Maybe they're like bigger, so they cost more to ship or something. Yojo mustard mayo instant yakisoba is great. I buy that when I see it. I think I just kept having the default flavor because I feel like every time I tried a different flavor of it, like I was just like disappointed most of the time. So I think I just ended up sticking just with like the default. Like there's nothing wrong with it. Unfortunate to live near H Mart and Mitsuwa. I got the. I should check H Mart. I feel like I usually don't check H Mart for like instant noodles very often. I should probably do that. Well, let me just finish my popcorn. Yeah, Bulldog's yakisoba are pretty good if you bring your own veggies. I haven't seen the Bulldog yakisoba here. Again, maybe I need to go to an H Mart. Because I feel like the Bulldog that I see usually here are just the ramen, and it's usually with like default flavor. I remember seeing somewhere that like Bulldog actually makes like tteokbokki, like actually with like rice cakes or something in it, and I'm like, I want that. I don't know if I can find it. Maybe if I can go to like a specific Asian market or something. Also, egg webcam cooking setups are easy as heck. Yeah, but like, what do you mean? You just need one curse setup if you want to. How cursed are we talking? Because I don't think Eggy stream is something I want associated with cursed. What are you sending me? Oh, it's not that cursed. At least you're in a kitchen. That's sort of that was pretty much more or less my setup. Like, the last time I tried anything remotely close to a cooking stream. They do make tteokbokki. The Bulldog tteokbokki is also good. I've heard good things. Like, in fact, I've talked to people before who the only tteokbokki, they're like, I like tteokbokki, and I'm like, oh yeah. Like, you get it from a restaurant? They're like, no, I've tried the Bulldog one. So like, I know some people who's like, that's the only tteokbokki they've ever had, and they had a good impression of it. So I'm like, okay, it must be good. I was going to multiply on the bulldog yakisoba, some more thin noodle. Oh yeah, what is this mode about? Sorry, I got distracted by noodle. This mode is upside down. So basically you see there's a multiplier. So basically the more points you have, the smaller your multiplier. And the fewer points you have, the bigger your multiplier. So for instance, if somebody has like if I had less than like, sorry, I just needed to focus to take my turn. If I had like less than 10,000 points, for instance, my multiplier would be ×4. So if I got like a Yakuman with that small amount, then essentially I would kill everybody. That's how that works. So yeah, essentially it's one of those things. I guess it's a bit like Mario Kart in the sense that, like, you know, if you're in last, then you get like the better items. Yeah, they have it at Walmart. Do they? I haven't seen it. But I also know that Walmart like stocks a lot of things depending on the neighborhood. Ooh. Yippee! Script. There we go. There we go. That's an occasion to use this. That's an occasion for that. What else does she have? Coffee. When did you get Wheelchair Girl? Last stream. Last stream. On Friday. But yeah, I need to go to the Asian market that has, because there's one in my area. Okay, I keep calling it like the Asian market where everything costs $5.99 regardless of if it should cost $5.99 or not. Like, there's an Asian market that, like, they have a really good selection. Like, they have a lot of stuff that's imported that I have not seen anybody else importing. So there's a lot of stuff I feel like I can only find there. But the downside is that everything is, like, you can't do your normal groceries there because everything is $5.99. So it's like, okay, $5.99 for something that's very uncommon here and hard to find, that's a price I'm willing to pay. $5.99 for sesame oil? Maybe not, you know? Maybe I do need to go to that store again. Because, like, I think I could buy... It was, like, a Japanese hand soap that I think they sell there for $5.99. But yeah, like, they import, like, all the, like, limited edition cup noodle flavors that they have in Japan. I imagine they probably have, like, all the bullducks. Just order all your groceries from Japan directly. Oh boy, I love receiving rotten produce. Committed hand soap crimes. How bad... How badly can you... Do you use dish soap? Is that your hand soap crime? Do you use, like, dish soap in your bathroom? Or you're not supposed to use dish soap? I mean, if you can't afford anything, like, if you can't afford anything else, it's better than nothing. But if you can't afford something else, I would recommend affording something else. You know? Okay, how many tiles do we have left? Okay, I guess we can get desperate. That's fine. Using powdered dishwasher detergent to wash my hands. No! Yeah, I recommend if you can afford hand soap. I don't even know if dish soap is that much cheaper than buying, like, a bottle of hand soap. Because, like, you can buy hand soap at, like, the dollar store. It doesn't need to be high quality. It just needs to be, like, not dish soap, you know? I got a fancy soap and it was coconut and vanilla and it was great and I finished it and I filled it with dish soap for dishes. My friends all use it, said it was awesome, smelled great, but I don't have the heart to tell them. No, okay, that is a dish soap. That is a hand soap crime. To be fair, I don't know. Because, like, my mom would buy a lot of hand soaps from, like, Bath and Body Works.
Nelson! Boom. I like the gridded hand soap. Oh yeah, like the scrubby one. Yeah, no, my mom always buys soaps from like Bath and Body Works because I guess she just waits for sales. But the thing is with Bath and Body Works is like, my conspiracy theory is that Bath and Body Works has like 12 fragrances. Exactly 12 fragrances. And like some of those are ones that they keep all year round. Like, you know, like those are your like, you know, sweet pea, like they're fairly generic ones. But like some of the seasonal ones, I think, I'm like 90% sure are just like the same smells. They're just repackaged. Like, I think you might have like a scent that might be like, because I think I remember having one that my mom bought around the holidays one year. And it was like, the scent was like fresh snow or something like that. And I smelled it and I'm like, this smells like coconut. This smells like coconut. Like, I'd imagine in the summer they probably just like have the same thing, but they call it like, you know, coconut breeze or something. Like, they probably call it something different, but it's probably the same smell. Well, okay, it's not my problem. Not my problem. I've only really spent my budget on body soap, like nice and good shower stuff. Won't even spend money for your guests. I'm East, this is Skelly. Skelly, Skelly. Skelly, Skelly. I rarely have people over. Well, I don't know. I think my thing is just that, like, I wash my hands more often than I take showers, right? So, like, if I'm gonna, like, it just makes sense to me to have, like, a half-decent hand soap, you know? Like, unless you either never wash your hands or shower super often, I don't think there's a lot of people who, like, shower more often than they wash their hands, right? Washing my entire body with hand soap. I mean, to be fair, I also have done that, but usually that's just like if I'm out of normal soap. I shower every day. Yeah, but like you don't shower multiple times per day. And like I hope that you wash your hands multiple times per day. Wash my hands all the time, my stuff still gets dirty. But your hands are clean at least. Usually if you feel like showering... Okay, we're getting into actually territory. Actually, if you are in the shower, you are also washing your hands. Your hands will also be washed. Actually... My mom says showers 3 times a day is crazy. I mean, I've heard of some people who like live in like really hot climates or like really humid places will like shower multiple times per day. For me, it's like, I don't know, once, maybe twice if I like go to the gym or something. Might as well shower instead of washing hands. Your clothes get soaked either way. Huh? Uh-huh? Uh-huh? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Eggy okay emote? I mean, you kind of wash your body with your hands. Okay, well now... Again, like I said, this is actually territory. Like, are you also gonna say, like, actually, when you wash your face, you're also washing your hands because your hands are being used to wash your face? You are rubbing the face wash on your face with your hands, so your hands are also... No, that doesn't count. Like, I feel like saying that, like, showering counts as washing your hands is like saying that, like... Hold on. I had a comparison and I just realized it doesn't work.
I was about to say something that you would all dunk on me for, so I won't say it. Because I realize my metaphor does not work. Saying you wash your body with your hands is, I mean, I feel like that's kind of saying like, you know, if you wash your dishes in your sink, then you're also cleaning your sink because like the water and soap is falling in your sink. And it's like, no, I don't think that's quite how that works. I've only ever showered 3 times a day and it was a summer camp for sports where we had 3 practices a day. Yeah, unless you're like sweating or like covering yourself in dirt at any point during the day, there's not really a point, right? Is a hot dog a hand wash? Is a taco a hand washing? What happened to my face? Hello? Oh, goodness. My webcam is dead. You guys shower. Nah! I knew someone was going to say it. I just didn't know who it was going to be. Hold on a second. What happened to my webcam? Hello? Hello? How long has my face been frozen for? Camera off? Camera on? Okay, I guess we're back. Sure, why not? If you scrub, you wash. I mean, yeah, sure. Why would you scrub without washing? What would be the point? What would be the point? Oh! Powerful. Losing has made you powerful. Good job. Three and a half hours. Yes, that is how long the stream has been. I actually picked up a weird habit people ask me about from camp. I like to eat sleeves of saltine crackers plain. It was at college and it was like the kombini. You could just say convenience store. It had sleeves of saltine crackers for 50 cents. It was like a comfort food because it was like 100-degree days and very exhausting practices with people who went out. Entire sleeves, though? Oh, and now my game... Okay, my game froze for a second. I'm like, really, guys? Water in the sink doesn't wash it, but if you scrub it with your raw hands, then it's washing. Are you trying to like, make the difference between, like, washing and rinsing? Is that what you're trying to do? Because, like, I guess, like, some people will rinse their dishes before putting them in the dishwasher. Between washing and not washing. That's true, I guess. If you have, like, a bowl and, like, you rinse it out, usually you wouldn't say that it's washed. You'd say that it's, like, rinsed, right? And you probably wouldn't say that it's clean. Do you think soap is necessary? Actually, no, I'm not gonna ask that. I was gonna say, do you think soap is necessary to make a dish clean? And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going there. I don't need to know how you live. I was burning 2,000 calories a day in practice. I needed calories. All the meals were like prepackaged, so like the 130-pound runners got the same meals. Oh, okay. They didn't give you like a bigger meal. Yeah, for Dora.
Scary. Scary.
Sad to inform you that it is. I asked my mom to give me some dish soap when I ran out. Good. At least you are using dish soap. If you ran out of dish soap, that means that you are using dish soap. Ooh, okay. Oh, this works out nicely. Okay. With enough hot water and time, you can be approximate. Yeah, but who's gonna do that? In ancient Rome, they didn't have soap. They doused themselves in olive oil and scraped it off. Yes, but we have progressed. We don't have to copy everything the Romans did. Oh, power. Yes. Oh, I didn't quite kill him. Okay. Close enough. I was hoping, I was like, oh, I wonder if I can drive him into the negatives. I could not totally murder him. I just had to, like, leave him lying on the sidewalk. After stealing all his points. But yes, thank you for playing. GG. Eggy win. Eggy win. Eggy hates me. No, you just happen to be the most convenient victim. Eggy sweep. Finally, an Eggy win. Alright, I think this will probably be the last one. Because it has been 3.5 hours. This will probably be the last one. Tuesday might just be your day to win. Why would it be Tuesday? Mahjong Tuesday? Tempai Tuesday. Toy Tuesday. Mahjong Tuesday. We're winning today, but not Monday. To be fair, I didn't play yesterday. I didn't play yesterday. We don't actually have a point of comparison. I wouldn't even say I'm winning less than usual. If anything, like, I'm actually probably winning less than usual. Than on, like, a usual Mahjong Monday. Mahjong day, but every day you need to win a specific hand. You'll get, like, additional points. Like, extra points if you get Toy on a Tuesday. Wow. Wow. No slapping. A whack. I don't know. Should I go to the gym today? I'm on the fence. Because I was like, at first, like, earlier this week, I was like, I don't have the energy. I don't want to go to the gym if I have mild cough. But also, I'm like, like, if it's all in my throat, then it, like, doesn't matter. I don't actually know when is the appropriate time to go back to a gym after mild illness. Like, because it's not like I've done nothing in the past few weeks. Like, I've done days where I've had a fair amount of walking, and, like, I survived. As a guy's usually a bit later because you can RNG heart rupture. If you're taking meds, I wait until that's done. I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess I have, like, the cough syrup, I guess. But, like, that's it. Because that's the thing, that's why I wanted to go to the doctor yesterday, because I'm like, is this like a thing in chest? And it's like, no, this is like exclusively a thing in my throat. So, like, respiratory wise, it doesn't seem to be like a problem, and like, I have energy. I guess maybe I could always just like go for a walk, buy more groceries, carry them in a unwieldy way so that you have to work your muscles a bit more. Because, yeah, it's been like... Yeah, one trip. Yeah, walk home. It's like the 10 minutes there with, like, carrying nothing. So that's your warm-up. Then you get your groceries, and you gotta carry them home and for, like, 10 minutes. And they're big and heavy. The walker. The walker. Hi, Iggy. Hello, Boniface. Feel free to join. This is the last one, though. You have to do that anyway since you're public transit poor. Well, here's the thing, is that, like, the grocery store is actually pretty close. It's like 10-15 minutes. It's very close. Like, I feel like even if I had a car, unless I was trying to buy, like, a lot of stuff, or, like, really heavy stuff, I feel like it would almost be, like, a waste of gas to try and take the car there. I'm still in bed. A whack! A whack! But yeah. It's not even 9 p.m. and I think I should go to bed. I mean, if you're sleepy, it's allowed. Hello, Esra and Dragonite. But, yeah. I guess I could do grocery. But, yeah. I need to check out my dough. Your dough? What kind of dough is it? Is it are you making like pizza or bread or pastry? Dough. Or is it pasta? Alright, we got a fourth person here. Let's go. Sourdough smoke, I guess that's all the rage. It's been all the rage for a very long time. I don't think there's ever been a time where sourdough was like out of style. All right. Vroom. I made it. Good. But yeah, no, I think... I mean, I imagine, you know what, walking, this might sound like cope, but I actually think that, like, having to walk to do my groceries also keeps me in check, because it means that, like, I'm not tempted to buy a ton of stuff just because it fits in the car. Like, I think I would, like, I would be wasting a lot more food, I think, if I could drive and had a car. Because I'd probably just buy everything... Like, I'd be buying a lot more stuff just because it can fit. Okay. I think Iggy is the kind of beautiful... IRL is the kind of beautiful that when you see her, you don't think of any bad thoughts at all. What prompted this sentence? Hello, Newtonia, but, like, what prompted this? What prompted this sentence? Ooh. I don't know. I think Eggy IRL... I look very normal. I don't think anybody would think bad thoughts when looking at me, but I don't think they'd be thinking good thoughts either. I think they would just be thinking no thoughts. Can't say a nice thing out of the blue. Yeah, it's like what a thing to say as you enter the stream. What an opener. I would go buy groceries every day. I'm like, oh, I'm already out. May as well check the grocery store, see what's cheap. Honestly, yeah, I do that too. It's like, well, I am at the store, and I do have a shopping bag with me. You can still carry lots of calories. I mean, what do you mean calories? Carrying lots of calories. Me coming home with my bag full of calories. What's for dinner tonight, honey? Calories. Oh, my favorite. When will Eggy evolve into chicken VTuber? No, I don't know. I'm good with being an egg. I like being an Eggy. I would think nice and cute. Nice and good. Nice and good. I don't know when I just usually think, hey, that's you. Me when I see Eggy and I think, yeah, that's Eggy. I mean, I guess I'd probably dress a little cuter than the average person. Yeah. He's a type of beauty worth more than all the silver gold gems. Okay, now you're overdoing it. Now you're overdoing it. You're overdoing it a bit now. Flattery will get you nowhere. I am not prone to being flattened. My praise not up to your standard. You cannot outrun your ability to buy grocery calories. I mean, yes, but I do need to buy calories regardless. Oh, you mean like, you know, I'm never gonna be able to like buy fewer calories than I'm burning? Oh, I might have screwed myself over. Whoops. Yeah. Oh, thank God. Okay, never mind. I didn't screw myself over anymore. Thank you. Perfect. I don't know who I'm thanking. I say thank you like somebody handed me this tile. It's like, no. That just came from the pile. That just came from the pile. 9 p.m. bedtime? Slep. Have a good sleeping. I remember once, like, me and my mom had this running joke, because my mom, I've told you guys, my mom goes to bed very early. And I remember there was one time where she came in, and I guess I had my headphones in or something, I didn't hear her properly. And she was telling me she was going to go to bed. And I misheard that as her telling me to go to bed. And I looked at the clock, and I was like, it's only 9 o'clock. And now let's just become like a thing from now on. Like, she comes into my room, and she says, like, okay, I'm going to bed, and I say, it's only 9 o'clock. It's only 9 o'clock. Went to an Italian grocery store and half the building is just dedicated to bread. Good! And more grocery stores should be this way. If your store isn't half bread, then what are you even doing? Gotta have a proper bread to everything else ratio. I'm imagining now, like, you know how, like, they say for, like, bento boxes, there's, like, specific proportions it should have? So it should be like, oh yeah, you need to have, like, this much rice. Or, like, this much carb. And then, like, this much, like, meat or protein. And then like this much vegetables. I'm like, imagine like a grocery store that was organized like that. Where like a solid chunk of the grocery store is just like rice and bread. And then like there's like a small produce section and like a small meat section. Yeah, slip. Slip. I guess I went to bed super late because I ended up reading more of Project Sekai Story. Oh, okay. So this isn't just like slept out of nowhere. This is like slept for sleppy reasons. Entire section of just long, thin bread of different sizes. Oh, was it like the bread that's sliced horizontally? Was it like one of those that you're supposed to use to make like roll sandwiches? I haven't seen those in a while. I remember there was like a time as a kid where like my mom got really into those, where the bread is sliced like horizontally. So instead of like, you can make a sandwich, but instead of having like putting your things on like a shorter but like, you know, thicker slice of bread, it was like this one very long thin slice, and you would like, you know, put like whatever you want on it, and then you would like roll it up. My mom got really into that for a while. I think she found them around COVID too, around the beginning of the pandemic. I remember we had sandwiches that were like made with the long bread. I'm making focaccia. Ah, focaccia, very nice. I'm sure, I don't know. I don't even know what to search for if I wanted to find where they sell that kind of bread. Like, do I just search for like long bread? I'm just gonna go to the grocery store website and be like, long bread, please. Can I have one loaf of bread? Make it long. Cause yeah, like, when it comes to actually eating the sandwich, it's the same stuff, but it's just fun when it's like rolled. Bread the long way. Yeah, it's like, can I have one horizontal bread? None of that vertical bread, please. Please slice the bread horizontally. There's gotta be a better word for that, right? It's not horizontal bread. Lateral. But you can't say flatbread either, because that's like a totally separate thing. Sub? Sub bread? No, because that's a totally different thing. Horizontale. Imagine being an alien flying millions of light years to see us and we're excited at what we can break him anyway. It's like, what a full species. Bread? Baguette? I don't know. I think the aliens would like bread. Although, I don't know. What if the aliens are gluten intolerant? What if they can't eat gluten? And they wouldn't be able to enjoy bread. Or at least not bread in its like full form. What if the Gleep Glorps can't eat gluten? I think having a baker wife would be amazing. I don't know. I feel like baking is one of those things where it's like, it's fun as a hobby. Like, do you mean baker wife as in like, that's what she does for a living? Or do you mean baker wife as in like, that's what she does as a hobby? Because those are two very different things. Because, like, baking as a hobby, I guess, is nice. But, like, I know baking as a job apparently is much more stressful. Sure love seeing my wife 2 hours a day. Sure love waking up alone because my wife had to leave at, like, 4 in the morning to go bake bread. Like, I don't know, I guess maybe if you were both bakers. Because if you're both bakers, then, like, you can both wake up early, but just have your house be the bakery. Like, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're both bakers, it works out. But, like, if only one of you is doing the baking, then it's like, oh, well. Yeah, maybe a bit later, but the bakery's open at 6 here. It's not about when they open, it's about, because when they open, the bread has to be ready, right? So that's why usually, even if the bakery opens at 6, usually they have to be earlier because they have to, like, you know, actually prepare the bread so that it's, you know, out of the oven by the time customers are coming in. Yeah, my friend's dad's a baker, their bakery is a house. Yeah, I think that's just not common here. I don't even know if that's like a zoning thing. I feel like there actually are just like fewer bakeries in general here. Like they exist, I just feel like they aren't as common. At least depending where you are. I think I've talked about the one time I went to Montreal and I was like, I like got onto the train, like I got into the metro and then like I was in the station and there was a bakery and then I got on the train and I got off the train and then in the other station there was a bakery and then I left the station and there was a bakery. Alright, I think we have our winner here. Good job to Esramub. GG to everyone else, including myself. Yeah, Germany's pretty strong on bread. I feel like a solid chunk of Europe is like pretty strong on bread. Is that a problem? No, it was funny to me. I was like, how much bread and pastries can you guys possibly need? And the answer is apparently a lot. But then again, there's probably other places where it's like that with coffee, right? There's probably like, I've been to places where there's like coffee shops every 10 feet and it's like, how much coffee can you guys possibly drink? And the answer is enough to power all of these coffee shops. Just got back and Eggy's losing? Yeah. I'm gonna blame you for it. I'm not sure if I would have won if not for the weird game mode though. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know, that one is fun because it does feel like Mahjong Mario Kart to me. But I think it is right o'clock. I'm sorry to Faye who just showed up again. It is right o'clock. I will be back tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow though. So what's on for this week? Now that I am back, I will probably be doing, I don't know what I will do on which day, but I need to do some Ocarina and I need to do some new Katamari. 5 minutes de français. Tu veux que je donne l'horaire en français? Tu veux que je donne l'horaire en français? Puis tout le monde va rien savoir. Tout le monde va dire, ah, c'est quoi que tu fais aujourd'hui, Eggy? Je sais pas parce que tu l'as dit en français hier. Sniped en français. Alors seulement les eggplants qui peuvent parler français vont être capables de connaître l'horaire pour cette semaine. Mais alors, ok. Probablement demain, parce que cette semaine je veux faire le nouveau Katamari et puis je veux aussi faire un peu de Ocarina. Alors, Je sais pas lequel je vais faire sur quel jour. Probablement je vais faire Katamari demain. Et puis jeudi. Jeudi va être Ocarina. Jeudi ou vendredi va être Ocarina. Probablement... Mais peut-être vendredi. On va voir, on va voir. Jeudi. La journée avant vendredi et la journée après mercredi. Aujourd'hui, c'est... Aujourd'hui, c'est mardi. Hier, c'était lundi. La journée avant ça, c'était dimanche. Your goodbye should be omelette au revoir. Est-ce que... Je crois pas que le wordplay, ça fonctionne en français. Omelette du fromage, omelette du fromage. Non, c'est dimanche, et puis c'est lundi, et puis c'est mardi, puis c'est mercredi, puis c'est jeudi, puis c'est vendredi, puis c'est samedi. Ouais, mais aujourd'hui, c'est mardi. Demain, c'est mercredi. Probablement, je vais faire du Katamari. Puis... jeudi, probablement, Ocarina. Ou peut-être vendredi. It's like au revoir, but it's omelette de voix. Ça fonctionne pas, Nelson. Parce que la prononciation, c'est différent. Parce que O, c'est comme O. Et puis omelette, c'est comme un E. C'est plutôt un E qu'un O. How were the games? Lesquels? Le Mahjong aujourd'hui, c'était bon. Puis... le Katamari, je l'ai essayé un peu avec mon ami quand j'ai visité. Je l'ai essayé un peu, c'était amusant. Et puis... ouais. Omelette voyeur. Quoi? Œuvre-voir. Ok, œuvre-voir, actually, ça fonctionne. Ça fonctionne. Œuvre-voir. Œuvre-voir. Ça fonctionne meilleur. Ça fonctionne meilleur que omelette revoir. Œuvre-voir. Œuvre-voir. Ça, c'est bon. C'est bon. No hablo français. Je sais pas comment dire. Je parle pas espagnol. Je ne parle pas espagnol. Je ne comprends pas l'espagnol. Je ne parle pas l'espagnol. L'espagnol. Pas l'espagnol. C'est quoi l'espagnol? L'espagnol. Espagnol. Oui, en français, parfois, il y en a certaines comme nuances avec la prononciation. Comme vous avez comme le U et le OU. C'est comme, vous avez comme nous. Ça c'est comme N-O-U-S. Nous. Puis vous avez quelque chose comme bus. Et ça c'est comme, c'est aussi U, mais c'est comme un U. C'est seulement avec la lettre U, mais c'est comme vous avez bus, comme avec un U, mais vous avez aussi nous. Ça c'est avec, comme un OU. Mais parfois il y a des gens qui apprennent le français et puis... ils ne prennent pas cette nuance de prononciation. Ils disent des choses comme bout, le bus. I can say, ich spreche kein Je sais pas comment prononcer les umlauts dans les autres langues. En français, c'est comme un y. Comme vous avez comme un umlaut avec le i en maïs. Ou c'est comme un w. Parce que vous avez comme l'umlaut sur le e en Noël. Comme, alors c'est, au lieu d'être Noël, c'est comme Noël. J'ai pas dit la boubou. La boubou, c'est pas français. La boubou, c'était... Je crois que c'est... La boubou, c'était créé par un artiste chinois qui habite en Europe. Mais je crois que c'est en Hollande, ça. C'est pas en France. La boubou, c'est pas français. Je crois pas que c'est français. C'est pas la boubou. C'est un mot, c'est la boubou. C'est pas la boubou. Alright, it's time I can switch back to English. The boubous are not French. So for those who don't speak French, tomorrow will probably be Katamari or Ocarina of Time. I want to do Katamari and I want to do Ocarina of Time. I just have to decide what to put where. So Katamari will probably be tomorrow, and then Ocarina will either be probably Thursday or Friday. I will cross that bridge when I get there. It's not French. Yes, we're ending. I'm sorry, Darers. We're ending. Stream has been going for like 4 hours. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, Labubu is not French. Today is Tuesday, yes. Today is Tuesday in Eggy time. Is like E spoken with a mouth form. Oh, is it like a Umlaut on the U is an E, like in feet. E. Huh? Au revoir. Yeah. That's the other thing that happened while I was speaking French. Au revoir. Eggy, may I use my once-a-year pass to correct pronunciation on something? Uh-oh. In French? Or in English? Or in German? Le la boubou. I guess it'd be un la boubou. Your O sounded decent, your oo is very far off. Well, I was just getting the pronunciation guides that, that Robert was given there. Au revoir. Au revoir is good. I like au revoir. You can't take credit for this, though. You're not the one who came up with au revoir. You came up with, like, the inferior version of it. Try the E from feet again. With the mouth formed right. Okay, but I don't have any... I don't have... What does the mouth formed right mean? I don't have any reference for this. Is it like E? So I guess what it was written was... Ich spreche kein Französisch in Deutsch. Is that close? Is that close? Are you making a duck mouth? I'm doing the thing that we do in choir, where you have to pog a little. Because actually, when you sing classical music, right? Especially for the E and the A sounds. Because like ah, your mouth is like dropped right open, so it's fine. O is like the same thing. Oo is kind of the same thing. But when it comes to E, if you go like E, it sounds kind of weird. Like if you spread out your mouth the same way you would when you're speaking. But so usually they have us like, basically you have to pog a little. Like you have to go E, and that's how you get that kind of like E, instead of E. That's how we kind of get that like operatic classical sound. Same thing with A, instead of like A. If you go A, like you get, again, the choir directors that I've ever had, all of them have called it like a rounder sound. But yeah, that is something I'm used to doing, because that's like what we have to do in choir. I'm just not used to doing it in like speech, you know? While you're singing, I mean, to be fair, also there's like a solid amount of classical music that's written in German. Like a lot of, I know like some people who have like gone into opera and like they don't speak German, but they can pronounce it pretty well because they had to learn to do it for operas because there's so many German operas. Probably the same thing for Italian. Yeah, rounder sound, square note, triangular tone. Well, I guess it's more just like, they call this like if you go E with like your mouth like spread totally open. If you go E, Usually they call that like a brighter sound as opposed to which they usually would call like a rounder sound. I don't know. These are like the words that choir directors have told me. So ocarina is pronounced ocarina. Ocarina. Ocarina? Ocarina. Ocarina. Oh, like occupation kind of sound. Okay. Ocarina. Ocarina of Time will be streamed later this week. But for now, I need to see who I can raid. Let's see who's raidable. Who's raidable? Let's see who's raidable. Oh, there's plenty of people on. Okay. Aira's on. Nyanomancer's on. KK Cyber is on. Oh, KK was gone for a while. But she's back. Ocker is on. Clonk is on. You know what? Yeah, because KK's been gone for a while. I know she came back recently. Maybe I'll raid KK since she has been gone for a while. She is doing... Oh, she's doing a hand cam. This looks nice. Is this tea or coffee? This looks nice and good. Okay. I think we can raid. We can raid into KK. Maybe KK? Yes. Perhaps, indeed. Maybe. You know, it's a suggestion. Hold on. You know, it's an idea. Maybe. All right, what's our raid message gonna be? I guess the oof raid. I don't think KK speaks French. She's definitely gonna mispronounce this. She's definitely gonna mispronounce oof when she reads out the message, but that's fine. That's fine. Not everybody knows French. So yeah, I think that is everything for today. Thank you for jonging with me, even though it is a Tuesday and not a Monday. We will be rolling tomorrow. We'll be rolling tomorrow, which will be nice and good. And hopefully I will be able to stop being a dying Victorian orphan sometime this week. And yeah, I think everything will be back to normal for a little bit, until I start working, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So for now, thank you for being here. Thank you for being nice and good, and au revoir, I guess. Au revoir.